Wesley back to c6 with his knight. What a move.
Holy smokes, that was a move. Oh,
mate in one. Oh.
Mate in one. Whoa. Yes, but that move G4 wasn't, and it played it instantly. What?
Whoa, yes, or bishop b5.
No.
C1, rook f1, rook d1. What is he doing? What was that? He just gave up a bishop. Oh my goodness.
And that's
that was a complete meltdown.
Total. And that's game over. That's an extra piece.
Oh my God. Now wait a second. Queen takes b5.
What he had was after f5, bishop takes b5, takes on e4, bishop to d7.
Queen c2 though here.
Queen c2, king g3.
Bishop f4. And if bishop f4, queen takes g2. Black wins. He's got to go for the perpetual. Oh my God.
Unbelievable.
What did we just see?
Yes, he's done it.
Unbelievable. And barring a fork or internet issues, white should win the game. Just push your darn pawns, Maxime.
In my own immortal words, push him, baby.
Oh yeah, and there they go. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Rapid Chess Championship. It is time for the Sunday knockout. I'm Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, and it is a pleasure to be commentating this afternoon with International Master Anna Rudolf. Anna, welcome to the show. Sunday is, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, I like Sunday a little bit more than Saturday because we don't have to skip around. We can just watch one game at a time. And if you lose, you're out. How are you feeling about the Sunday knockout today?
Thank you so much for welcoming me, Danya. I'm always happy to be here hosting the show with you. And I agree that Sunday is the day because we get to see, we have the luxury of seeing every game, every match, one by one. There's no other game to follow. It goes down the wire one by one. We're going to be following each and every match. One of them, our third match of the day, is still pending whether the player will make it. I'm keeping an eye on Amin Tabatabaei's game at the FIDE Grand Prix, but hopefully his game will finish and he'll be able to play here as well. That's
the greatest excuse. I'm playing the FIDE Grand Prix. I'm sorry, I can't make the Rapid Chess Championship. Too much chess. But indeed, we will keep an eye and keep you posted. And, you know, if you're in the chat, you can also watch Amin's game. Let's take a look at the matchups today and at the overall bracket. Anna, yesterday I mentioned that my perhaps favorite match from all perspectives was Fabiano against Kamsky. I'm so happy that Gata made it. He's a legend. And he's going to have a very difficult path because he's the 8th seed. That means he's going to have 3 black games in a row. But first he has to defeat the initial boss. That's some dude named Fabiano Corona.
Yeah, not an easy pairing for the first round, but if he does manage to knock out Fabiano, from then on, every other opponent is easier. If we take a look at the current standings of the Rapid Chess Championship, at least Fabiano has been doing extremely well. He's leading the overall standing. So Gata, they're the 5-time US chess champion facing the current star of the US. But I'm guessing we can never rule out Gata with so much experience. It's a battle of generations. Former top world player now against the current world championship challenger. I can't say current, but most recent.
Yeah, I mean,
that's not even true. I'm phrasing it so poorly, Danya. I need to wake up to it. It's 6 p.m. He played a world championship against Magnus recently enough.
Yeah, no, they both have played world championship matches, and you know, while they're not world champions, they're you know. They're at Mount Olympus, and Gata used to be. So I love any matchup of generations. And in terms of the other matches, it's not like we have boring matches either. You know, we have Laequan against Benjamin, Paravian against Amin, if he makes it, and Alexei Sarana against Dmitry Andreikin, who, of course, was the runner-up last week. So we've got great matches all around. And, you know, I can't wait to jump in. We're going to start with Gata against Fabiana. This is going to be exciting.
It's going to be very exciting. And as we mentioned, Fabiano is leading the overall standings every single weekend. They are scoring points for making it to the knockout stage. So all our 8 players are getting points already for making it to the knockout. And depending on how well they do today, they can get even more points. Their overall GP points are shown in the first column. Fabiano Corona on 39 points. That is 12 points above Hikaru Nakamura.
He's in the stratosphere. They're all praying that Gata scores an upset, and there's only one way to find out. But as the players get ready, they fill their coffee cups. We're going to go on our traditional short break. And before we do that, we'd like to thank Coinbase, our main sponsor, for everything that they do for sponsoring and bringing you the Rapid Chess Championship. So thank you to Coinbase. All right, Anna. Well, we will go on a very short break. When we come back, we will start with Caruana against Kamsky. I can't wait. Seatbelts fastened. You're watching the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We will be right back in just a couple of moments. Welcome back to the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Daniel Naroditsky and a Rudolf bringing you the coverage. We are seconds away from the start of our first Sunday knockout match. Fabiano Corona against Gatakamsky. Anna, well, the stage is set. Let's see.
The stage is set, and what I see on Twitch is that the predictions are heavily favoring Fabiano. Of course, he has been doing extremely well in the Rapid Chess Championship, and he has been doing very well also in classical chess. So I think there's a reason why people favor him. But in case Gatakamsky wins, that would be a huge upset also for the channel points that you guys are betting. I see what you're doing. I see.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you could say Kamsky, well, he used to be great, but it's been a while since he's been at the very top. The thing is, the skill never disappears from your fingers. And, you know, even the greatest basketball players, Michael Jordan, he was in his 40s, could still play a 50-point game. And I think the same goes for Gata. He might be a little bit slower than he used to be. He might miss more tactics than he used to miss. But that doesn't mean that in any individual game, he's not capable of greatness. In addition, there's a 2-second increment today, which I'm sure Gata is very, very thankful for.
Yeah, that's a huge difference. Absolutely. Yeah. Very important reminder, Danya, as you said, that today we do have increments. So it's a big difference going from Saturday to Sunday, not just in terms of the format. Saturdays when it's a Swiss, today's when it's a knockout matches. Knockout matches are one game, by the way. There's no white game, black game. It's one game, and only in case of a draw, we're going to get to see a second or third game in the same match. So a big difference in the format, but also in the time control. There is a 2-second increment. So 10 minutes, 2-second increment. And I do agree with you that for Gata, I think that's good news.
It's great news. And for Gata, I think it's going to be crucial to get his, quote unquote, his type of position, because Fabi's incredibly booked up. We know that. And Kamsky has his opening preparation. He's incredibly good in certain openings. Now, if Gata was white, he would play his London system. I would be very confident in his ability. With black, it's harder to steer the game in the direction that you want it to go. So let's see what happens in the opening. I think that's going to determine a lot in general. Yeah,
now we see the players in the camera. I was going to say we see the players, but this is a face cam and a hair cam in case of Fabi. Sometimes it's a hair cam, sometimes a forehead cam. We shall see how Fabi will be taking today's match, but great to see both players, obviously, even if it's pretty early for them. Do you know what time is it for each player?
I think it's 11:03 in the morning for Caruana, and I think Gata's is in Moscow. I'm not sure, but it's I think he's somewhere in Europe. I think it's probably afternoon. Yeah. I mean,
oh, right. I thought he was in the US too. 11 a.m. for a chess player is very early.
Yeah, it's noon. It's noon for me. And you know, as you know, this weekend I've had more than a little bit of trouble waking up properly. So it's, yeah, for a chess player, I mean, if it's before 3 p.m., they don't want to hear it. Like,
yeah,
you know, you hear that a game starts at, I think some of those tournaments in Spain, the game started at 1 p.m. How am I going to make it? Like, when am I going to wake up?
Yeah, so it's great to see that Fabi is ready. He might have had his coffee already or a little snack. All we know is that the hair cam or forehead cam is back, and they will soon make the first move. Fabi has the white pieces because he finished at number 1 in yesterday's tournament, and that means he gets to choose in the match with which color he wants to start. Mm-hmm. Usually they would always pick the white color, because why not?
Yeah, that would be a little bit weird to do it otherwise. I guess some weird psychology. But just to complete that topic, yeah, one time I was complaining about this in front of my brother, and of course the irony of that is that he has to wake up at 6 a.m. every day for his job, and there's not a word of complaint from him. I have to wake up at 9, God forbid, for a commentary, and it's like nonstop. I'm like, oh my goodness, man, I gotta go to bed at 7. That's funny.
Oh yeah, that's
In any
quite the
case.
difference. But yeah, I think us chess players, most of us would prefer to get up late and play late and just everything later.
Yep, eat late. I mean, I don't eat breakfast, and I've met a lot of chess players who just they have the same routine that I do in a tournament, for example. I've heard different tournament routines. I've heard, for example, that Grishuk, somebody told me, wakes up like 30 minutes before the game, eats a little bit, and then goes straight to the game. And his philosophy is, he wants to keep his brain as fresh and uncluttered as possible. Now, that's a pretty extreme. I don't know if I haven't corroborated that, but it's kind of interesting, the wide variety of different. There are players who wake up very early and are very disciplined. Like Sam Shanklin, my good friend, is unbelievably disciplined during a tournament.
Yeah, some would even go for a morning jog or just do some kind of a physical activity and squeeze it into the daily routine before the game. But I think what you said, that the waking up late, maybe not even making it to lunch or just having a quick snack, is quite common in tournaments.
Yeah, and also going to the G word, the gym, that is quite difficult. It's already hard to make the game,
Yeah, how do you have time for a workout if you only have 30 minutes to make it to a tournament hall?
Yeah, I mean, in the U.S. Championship in St. Louis, the great thing about that hotel where all the players stand is that there's a state-of-the-art gym that's right in the hotel.
Oh, I mean,
most hotels in America actually have a fitness center. Mm-hmm. That's an interesting fact, and to varying degrees of so the fancier hotels have a good one. So there's really no excuse. But the tournaments I've done best in are the ones where I managed to do physical activity in the morning. Even a short run is really good. And at the last 2 U.S. championships ago, Christian Chirilla, I told him before the tournament, I want to go work out with you because he likes to work out. He says, I go on a run at 10 a.m. every morning. If you're not in the lobby by 10:03, I'm going without you. And it really helps because I don't want to let him down. So, I stumbled down pressure somehow. And I played better. It really does help, I think.
No, that's awesome to hear. That you can be peer pressured into a healthier habit. So, Danya, we love to see that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Speaking of peer pressure, I think we're just waiting on the players to make sure that everything is set technically, but we will be beginning the game in a moment. And also, as we have mentioned briefly, we will be keeping an eye on the Grand Prix for the fact that one of our matches, Amin Tabatabai against David Paravian, Amin is still playing against Yu Yangyi in Berlin in this very moment.
Yes, he is. And I think we are off. Yeah, we will be updating you on whether Amin can make his match. Now, Gata is not moving yet. I think he has seen the move C4 before in his life, so I don't think it's that.
Yes, hopefully he is now back in the chess.com live area for the game. I think he may have a brief issue on his end to connect, but he should see the move and he should be ready to respond to the English opening. What do you predict, Danya? What will be his choice?
Well, I think Gata likes the symmetrical. Oh, yep, there we go.
That's symmetrical.
English, yeah. Played C5 as I was saying it. Now, 4 knights symmetrical English. Okay, B6. So this is a old school system. White often plays F3, E4 here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I don't know much experience in this at all. Like, I don't play this for either color. I really don't know much about this line. Anna, have you played English with white or black?
No, not really. I do like the Naroditsky bind. So I do like the setup that we have this E4, C4 pawn, which often is the case also against the Sicilian, if you want to go for the Naroditsky bind. So I'm happy to see a structure that I'm aware of, but I don't know this move by move theory, kind of. I'm sure that, Danya, if you say that you don't know it, it means that you still know it until move 40, by the way, because that's what GMs do.
Yeah, I don't know anything.
I don't know this line, and then move 40 is like, this game in 2008 between Carlsen.
I only know, okay, I know MVL Grishuk from Linars 2014 and, Kasparov Anand, but that's the baseline amount of things that I know. Now, interestingly, Caruana is taking the first significant think. Generally, you see moves like queen d2, bishop e2, castle short. White, I've never seen white castle queenside in these types of positions. But of course, you could also take the knight on c6 at any moment. and you could change the structure by then trading the bishop on c5. I don't know why Fabi would do that. I'm predicting queen d2 or bishop e2, but something is giving him pause.
Yeah, queen d2 seems to be the most natural, but he's taking his time. But this is the first moment in the game when he actually is thinking which option to go for. Obviously, he still knows what's going on. This is not a novelty, what we have on the board, but he's choosing between his options and trying to also perhaps think of what Gata is expecting.
And there's queen d2, just making sure that he's still following the trodden path. And now bishop e2. Now, one thing that I think Caruana might be a little bit worried about is the prospect of Gata going d7, d5 in one go. If Black can survive there, then Black has solved all of his opening problems. I mean, Black's pieces are placed very well. So White needs to find a way maybe to increase the clamp, increase the control on the d5 square, maybe knight db5, maybe rook d1. But I'm not sure if even those moves stop d5.
Yeah, that is a great point, that for Black, if you can push d5 in one go, that is a dream come true, and you are winning time, not having to make it with d6, d5, and prepare it for a long time. Because oftentimes in the Sicilian too, that's the critical move that Black wants to play, but it's not that easy to execute it. And here, with the White King still in the middle of the board, it would be the perfect moment to open up the position. And
bishop e2 by Fabi, so he thought about it, decided that he's not worried about it, or maybe he is and he's just praying that Gata doesn't go d5.
Let's see if Gata will be pushing d5. Is it that simple? Can he just go for it right now?
I think he can, and I think he probably should, because guess what? The opportunity train is not stopping at the Gata station again. If you don't go d5 here and Caruana castles, and then he puts a rook on d1, the issue ultimately is going to be that Black's going to have this backward pawn on d7 and the weak square on d6 that, if occupied by a white knight, that's when the Maroczy bind really extends its tentacles and winds them around the opponent's position.
Very true, very true. That would be the long-term hedgehog versus Maroczy bind kind of structure. Queen e7,
don't like
not
it.
Pushing d5. You don't like it, Danya?
No, I mean, I think Gata might be preparing rook a d8 and d5, but according to the eval bar, the immediate d5 was possible. It was equalizing. Now he goes d5. I like it. I liked queen e7 all along, and I was just, as I was saying, queen e7 is a great move, and the idea was to prepare d5.
Obviously, yeah. No one clipped it. No one can go back and rewind. This is exactly how Danya worded it. D5 we see a trade. So why
this
did
is the idea.
Can you show it to the viewers? What's the difference with this move order that the queen is on e7?
Protest gambit? Nope. Because of the pin. So Fabi can't play e5. And if Fabi takes on d5, well, after the trade, only Black can be better. Black's got great pieces. This bishop on e2 is a little dull. White's got a slightly weakened king. I think Caruana has to go for this and just, try to make a draw here. I mean, Black is slightly better.
Yeah, because if d5 is executed, and this is our live position, so the trades have happened on d5. Now, if anyone is better, is Black, as Danya mentioned, because what is the pawn doing on f3? Oh, you wouldn't place your pawn on f3 in such an open position, weakening the diagonal. The bishops of Black are also more active than the white counterparts on e2. d4 is the one that will be traded, but the e2 versus d5 bishop, everyone can see the difference in activity and how well that bishop is placed.
Yeah, bishop f1, Caruana has to be incredibly careful here. A lot of pressure down the d-file. Now maybe bishop takes c5 and queen f2 can be considered. And then, well, this is very drawish. I mean, the eval bar is showing a very small pull for Black, probably with a move like queen b4, trying to get this rook to d2. Now, if you go rook d2, there's rook e2. And I think this is heading toward a draw.
Which wouldn't be a bad result for Gata. It is felt like a very, very easy draw from his perspective with the Black pieces. He had not a single issue out of the opening, and he will have the white pieces in the tiebreaker game in a blitz game, 3+2.
Yeah, and I think, again, that 3+2 part, the +2 part is so crucial. 3+0, I think Fabi would be very confident. 3+2 with Gata having white, like London system, he knows all the ideas. You know, you better be careful.
Yeah, this match is not going that well for Fabiano at the moment. He couldn't get any advantage with the white pieces, and not only not advantage, but a playable position. You know, a middle game that you can continue fighting, fighting in, and just try to get at least a complex position, not even advantage.
At least some play. Now, this game isn't over, obviously, and anything can still happen. It's just that I feel pretty confident in Gata's endgame technique. Currently, he decided to keep both pairs of rooks on the board, but Fabi is trying to activate his rook from c1, maybe put it on c6. So a repetition of some sort, rook d2, king e1, for example, is not unlikely here.
True, that could be played, but Gata says no. I am not interested in offering you a repetition of moves, or he might have thought that Fabi has something better than repeating. h6 to guard the g5 pawn, but now after rook c6, he needs to react to, well, has he? Does he have to react to this, that the pawn is hanging on b6, or can he do something other than rook b6?
Yeah, I was thinking about a4, but no need for that. He trades rooks. Now Fabi will probably get his other rook to c2. And, you know, neither side has any targets. At some point, Gata should start considering, you know, bringing his king to the center, maybe through g7 or through f8. Fabi will do the same. I mean, you know, the reason I'm so confident this is going to be a draw is just because I don't see how either side can manufacture serious chances. There's no targets.
How can you multitask so well, by the way, Danya? I see you in the chat as well. We are on YouTube, we are on Twitch, we are everywhere. Danya is in the chat while making excellent commentary, moving the pieces, because he's the one controlling the board. I'm just sitting here, and I see Danya everywhere. How?
I have Twitch. I have Twitch chat open. I mean, sometimes I have YouTube open for one game and then Twitch open for another. You know, when I see true statements being made, such as, you know, these commentators should be replaced, I decide to support the individual who was brave enough to say it.
And maybe the individual would be ready to step in and take over and would do a better job than us. I'm ready to see it. I'm ready to be replaced and just enjoy the show.
I've forgotten the movie where this happens. I swear there's a movie scene where the teacher kind of says, you know, if you know better, why don't you get up to the front of the class and, you know, and show us how to solve this problem. And the student actually does it. I don't remember if this happened to me or if I saw this in some movie. So maybe it's Robert Hess waiting in the wings.
Robert, why would you? No, honestly, thanks so much for tuning in on YouTube, on Twitch, on any other social platform where we are streaming. I think we are live on like 4 platforms at the moment. So thank you so much for being here and enjoying this Sunday chess with us. This is the first match, Fabiano Corona versus Gatakamsky, and this is just the beginning, the quarterfinals. As for this game, I think, Danya, you're pointing out that the king is marching toward the center. This is very balanced, a rook and bishop versus rook and bishop endgame.
Yeah, I mean, in a over-the-board tournament, a draw offer would probably be forthcoming. Because it's an online, I feel like in online chess, even when the draw offer is not sort of expressly forbidden, players tend to play it out. There's just, I can't explain why that is exactly, but these draw offers early in the endgame are less common. Not saying we won't see one, but it's possible. It's possible, but they also might play this out for like 15, 20 moves, just sort of shuffle their pieces around and maybe even trade rooks.
And in case of a rook trade in that bishop endgame, is there any chance for any of the players, or who would be the one that might push and not repeat moves or not agree to a draw if the rooks come off of the board?
That's a great question. Well, from one perspective, white's pawns are now on light squares, and black is a light squared bishop, so they can be targeted, and not vice versa, because black, of course, has pawns on dark squares. So from that perspective, white's got maybe a symbolic plus. Black is a symbolic plus, but I don't see how the king can ever infiltrate. I mean, white puts the king on e3 and then says, come at me, you know, and the bishop stays on c4 to defend b3. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah. And even for the rook trade to happen, we would need to see the kings making it to the e5, king e3, king e5. But after king e3, for black, you still can't go to e5 because of the f7 pawn. So,
oh yeah, that's true, isn't it?
Is Gata going for bishop f5 for the reason that it might be dropped back to e6 or g6 and then king e5?
He just offered a draw.
Oh,
And
okay,
Fabi,
that makes it simpler.
I would say that he's going to accept it. I mean, he's down a minute. Gata has plenty of time. I don't feel like he's capable of losing this endgame in his sleep. I mean, yep, he's taking it.
And
Reasonable.
it's agreed indeed. Great results so far for the underdog, Gatakamsky. Underdog, but 5-time US chess champion and the legend himself. This is a battle of generations, and we're gonna get to see another game
Yes,
that will be less time. I like when we are just cutting lower and lower the time control. So we started with 10+2. This next game will be 3+2. And if that's a draw, then we are heading toward bullet.
Right. And if that's a draw, we have Armageddon. I think it's a very elegant format. I think you get a little bit of everything.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Gata will have white. I can bet on the fact that he's going to play a London system. And when Gata plays a London, it's not just, oh, he's avoiding theory. He's one of the leading experts historically on the London. He, is responsible for theory being the way that it is. And not everybody knows that. Like Gata was one of the first, the OG London player to find a lot of these ideas that we now take for granted.
It's very true. And a lot of the current top 10 grandmasters, including Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Corona, might have studied the London from Gata's games.
Definitely.
That was the base.
No, I mean, Gata is, somebody in chat said, the quintessential positional player. That's true. His positional skill is honestly unbelievable. And it even shows in Blitz. Like, he's capable of playing a bullet game and producing a positional masterpiece. Like, not a lot of people can do that. So,
very true.
First time he beat me, first time I played him was 2011. My first US championship, I was an IM, and I was looking at Gata like he was God. He was 2740, I think, FIDE at the time. And we're playing a Caro-Kann. We trade all the pieces, and I'm like, wait a second, I'm very close to making a draw. This is an equal rook end game. And I was getting nervous. And of course, Gata outplayed me like it was nothing. 5 moves later, I was losing. And they're off.
Oh, no.
And
they're off. And let's see if
surprise.
it's going to be a positional masterpiece. The London, as Danya predicted. Let's see what Fabi will choose as the counter to the London system.
A very combative line where you get the bishop to f5. Now, traditionally, this isn't considered good because of the idea of queen b3. But it is a way to mix it up. It's a slightly dubious system. You can clearly tell that Fabi is trying to, tactify the position, make it a little bit sharper.
Yeah, and just not the most traditional and classic setup in the London. Bishop b4 now pinning the c3 knight. And Gata is taking some time to respond with queen b3.
Now I think c5 might be the move. Or knight c6. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, generally black plays c5 in these positions. That's what makes this unusual. And Gata, he's down to 2.5 minutes. He's got to be careful. This is where Fabi can try to get him, right? Just make him spend like 1.5 minutes in the opening.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that he's spending this much time, but it must be for what you mentioned, Danya, that Fabi is not playing the most main line kind of approach with the black pieces against the London system. He's trying to mix it up and go for something that might be a little bit dubious, but it's not as if you could just blindfold play the first 30 moves, because now Gata has to think on how to try to get an advantage
and
here.
He's got to make a move though. You can't get down to 1 minute with Fabi in the opening. And to be honest, in knight f3, bishop e2 and castles, I'm not sure what it is he's this afraid of. Caruana could push his a pawn down the board, a5, but a5 can be met with a3. It's not the end of the world. He's down to 1.5 minutes. I exaggerated when I said that. I didn't expect that he's literally going to drop down to 1.5 minutes. Oh,
that is a huge time difference, and he still hasn't made a decision. He might be a bit too comfortable. I see his posture as if it was still a 10-minute game, but no, we are down to a blitz 3 minute plus 2 second increment. He has to play faster. Gotta
move. He's down to 1 minute. Now there is a 2 second increment, but man, I mean, another thing that black could play is knight takes d5, DC and knight takes d5. I don't like CD. That actually brings it closer, and oh my goodness, bishop b5. This is exactly the type of position Gata didn't want. It's tactical, and now he's got 1 minute on the clock.
Oh no, he must have he must have gotten confused, and
queen b4 loses a Sorry, Anna. Queen B4 loses the queen.
You're completely right. It's both his gambit incoming if he takes on b4 because of knight d3.
Oh no, this is a disaster.
The bishop takes it, knight takes b4. Is this what he missed? That after knight takes f4, he cannot take on b4?
Yeah, because now he loses the central pawn on d4. This is a complete disaster for Gata. He's down to 40 seconds. I mean, I've never seen him get into this much trouble on the white side of London in 9 moves. This was a great choice by Fabi to play this slightly off-kilter bishop f5 line.
Yeah, and it paid off immediately. He already has not just the massive time advantage, but also the advantage on the board. The pair of bishops, the white king is the one that can be punished if it doesn't get the castle ASAP.
Yeah, he's got a castle. He does. At least his king is safe. But now Fabi has 2 bishops and an extra pawn. And the bishops are awesome. This bishop on f5, look how it's restricting the flow of white's pieces. It's not lost, not totally lost yet, but it's bad. It's bad.
I'm just shocked that we've been saying how much he is an expert of the London system, and he might have gotten confused there with the line. I'm sure he knows this variation.
Yeah.
But something got mixed up.
Yeah, now he's got some coming back to do. He goes knight a4. I like that move. He's maybe trying to get the other knight to d4. Let's not forget that Fabi has a pretty weak queenside structure, which Gata could try to target with his knights. But knight d4 can be met with bishop e4, and then the bishop reroutes to this beautiful central post on d5. Now 30 seconds for Gata.
Knight d4, and that's even provoking bishop e4 to make the bishop maneuver you mentioned, Danya.
Right, and knight c3, that's good. He's trying to get Fabi to give up one of his bishops. It's not over yet. I mean, Gata's a great defender, and I think he might even take with the queen here and try to steer this into an endgame that's a little easier to play than the middle game.
And so he does it. The queens are off of the board, and this is a knight versus bishop endgame where black has diverse pawn structure, the double pawns on the c file.
Yep, and Gata, I felt like he had to try to get a rook to b1 ASAP, because now Fabi could swing his rook. Oh, Gata wants to play f3, and he doesn't want the bishop to have the d5 square as a retreat. So he's targeting the c6 pawn in this indirect way. That's very tricky.
Yeah, so after rook b4, will he push f3? No, he goes for rook c1 first, guarding the pawn.
Yep, and now f3 is his idea, but he's not going to get a chance to play it, at least not with the knight on d4.
Yeah, just one move too short because the knight was attacked, and it seems now Fabi has a great chance to squeeze even more advantage out of this position. So he's got the doubled c pawns, and they are isolated too. That's the difference between white's doubled pawns. They are in one pawn chain still. The f3, f4 pawns are connected with the g pawn, but it is the black pieces activity that makes a difference here, how active the black rooks are and the bishop.
Yeah, and Fabi pushes his pawn all the way to h3, creating an anchor point. If he ever gets his rook to d2, that could cause problems. But wait a minute. Kamsky says, okay, come at me. I'm getting my king to g3. And then the pawn's going to be a weakness. a5, knight takes a5. Is Fabi's trying to get his rooks to the second rank. But is that enough to actually produce chances? Rook b2, there's rook h1. Rook h1, and then king takes h3. I think Gata's recovering. Oh my goodness. Rook h1
was so crucial. Otherwise, the white king could have got them checkmated. But now with the rook guarding h2 and next move king takes h3, it seems that Fabi does not have enough.
Fabi lost his mind there, getting his pawn to h3. That just created another weakness. And look at the knight on a5, perfectly positioned now to target c6. Guess I'm not even sure white's worse. White is not worse anymore. This should be equal. And Fabi's down on the clock now all of a sudden. Knight b3. This is easy to play for Gata.
Yeah, so offering a rook trade, he's guarding it with with rook c1. The a pawn will be traded for the c5 pawn of black.
And white's on the cusp of being up a pawn. Bishop e2 clinging to the f1. Now bishop f1 is a nice move. f5. No, rook g2. Rook g2. Oh, that's another blunder by Gata. He's going to have to give up the h pawn now. Oh, that is painful.
Yeah, that was missed. It was all fine until then. He defended so well. Gatakamsky in a not easy position, but then he missed this rook g2 check where king takes h3 was not possible due to the discovered check.
Now h2, and Fabi's going to promote, and Gata's going to get the rook and the knight, but his pawns are so weak that the queen is going to pick them off one by one. It's over. Queen takes c4. This is indefensible. c5 and queen d4, and c4 is going to come. And queen b2 ends the game.
And I think that will be resignation time. What a game this has been. Yeah, Fabi had the upper hand, but Gatakamsky defended so well that it eventually petered out. The position was basically already an equal endgame that then he missed rook g2. It was a blunder that decided in the end.
And he had to go rook c1 because after rook g2, king h6, now you cannot win white's rook because you take the bishop. By playing f5, he leaves his rook on a vulnerable square, forgetting that in the event of king takes h3, that rook is lost. What a shame for Gata, but Fabi keeping his composure, and he manages to win. What a first match. And before we go on our break and wait for our second match, we'd like to thank once again our main sponsor, Coinbase. The RCC is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trading grandmaster, Coinbase has you covered. Earn crypto and learn about crypto with Coinbase Earn. Explore DeFi and Web3 with Coinbase Wallet. Get exclusive rewards when you spend with Coinbase Card and much, much more. Learn more at coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. Well, Fabiano Corona has signed up to the Victory Club. He advances, but not without a fight. Anna, more matches to come. This is awesome. We're going to give the players a chance to get set up. You're watching the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. The second match of the Sunday knockout on the other side of this break. Chess.com is pleased to announce the return of the Junior Speed Chess Championship, the JSCC, presented by SIG. Watch the best of the next generation chess stars battle for a spot in the main event of the SCC and share of the $35K prize fund. It all gets started with qualifiers beginning on March 31st, just a couple of days away. Catch all the action right here on Chess.com. And I have the pleasure of commentating a lot of the JSCC matches. I cannot wait. And I cannot wait for the second match of the Sunday knockout. Anna, the first one was so close. Gata coming within an inch of doing well against Fabi, but ultimately was not meant to be. And now it's time for Andrekin against Sarana.
Indeed, it's time for our second quarterfinal match of the day. And this is the match that will determine who is going to be Fabiano Corona's opponent in the semifinal. So whether it's Andrekin or Sarana that moves forward in our knockout bracket will be the next opponent of Fabiano, who now can take a little bit of a break and watch the quarterfinal matches.
Yeah, no, it's got to be great for Fabi. Just sit back, enjoy the show. There's nothing better than just watching the other matches when you've already qualified.
Very true. That's a great feeling. And we know him as a chess.com commentator, basically. So he's just watching the show as a profession in a way. I asked him the other day if he was going to make a comeback, of course. Oh, story time next time. The game is on. Sorry.
No, you're good. And we have a Nimzo Indian, Dimitri, with the white pieces here. He was the runner-up last week. So, he's already made his presence felt. And for Alexei, this is also not, I don't think this is his first Sunday knockout. We'll find out. I'm not sure for whatever reason. But I have a feeling he's been here before, but he hasn't gone too far yet.
Yeah, it's true that for both players, even though they have played various time in the Swiss, and I think they also have qualified previously to the knockout, but they haven't done that well, except for the previous week for Andrekin when he finished second. He was the runner-up of last week's event. But there's so many weeks of Rapid Chess Championship every single weekend of your upcoming months. I hope that you have it marked in your calendar. You're going to be here with us, Swiss on Saturday and knockout on Sunday every single weekend.
You're not going to be watching your Sunday morning TV. You're not going to be watching the F1 race. No. This is, loads more entertaining.
Of course, it's high priority, and we need your company. Otherwise, it would be just Danya and me talking into an empty camera, an empty room.
That's right. And perfect way to, you had a long Friday night. You don't have to just sit in bed and watch the RCC, drink
exactly.
your, whichever concoction you like after a long night. So anyways, Bishop C8 here. Now, interesting position. I like what Alexei's doing. He's trying to carve out the E4 square for his knight. In the event of the trade, that knight's going to jump to E4 and the bishop on C3. Well, it's seen better days.
It certainly has seen better days. So I wonder, in terms of the time management too, if Andrekin was slightly surprised by Sarana's choice, or what is it that he may not have expected in this game? What do you think in terms of whose preparation is it? Who is happier?
He's definitely out of theory. I don't remember if Alexei is normally a Nimzo Indian player. Something tells me he might not be. So maybe that was the surprise. But Dimitri, whatever it is clearly out of book. He goes 95. So he's trying to discourage Black from trading light squared bishops. There's nothing that Black can do about the trade, but if you take, then you won't be able to move your knight because of the F7 pawn hanging. So a move like Queen C7 can be considered here by Alexei, or he could take on F5 and then play Queen C7. This isn't the scariest knight in the world, but at least it's some sort of activity.
Yeah, and it also made Sarana start thinking for the first time in the game, this is a moment where he's investing more time too. This is a 10+2 game, by the way, just a reminder on the time control that we do have a 2-second increment in the knockout stage. So every game has increment. 10 minutes plus 2 seconds is the starting time control. And only in case of a draw, we're going to get to see a second or third game. So this is a 1-game match in every single knockout stage of the Rapid Chess Championship.
Yep. And another thing that occurred to me about this position is that 95 might also carry the idea of playing F2, F3. Now, normally we're used to F4 to support the knight getting that Pillsbury knight, but F3 could be better in this position to prevent Black's knight from jumping into E4. So maybe even trading and playing f3 looks interesting, or dropping the queen to f4 in order to not obstruct the path of the f pawn to f3.
I like queen f4, as you mentioned, and Andreikin seems to like it too.
Yeah, the eval bar though doesn't love it, I guess, because knight c6 is unpleasant. Now black might actually take and even drop the knight back to d7 and route it through c5 to d3.
Castle kingside by Andreikin. And we shall see how Corona will proceed. So he has gained some space on the queen side by pushing c4, and now he's supporting that pawn by going b5. Potentially a queenside attack with a5, b4. That could be very unpleasant. And white doesn't have any equivalent, I think, on the king side. You could play g4, but that doesn't come without certain consequences. He's pushing f3, and they might be preparing for g4 because e4 seems to be not really doable in this position.
Yeah, e4 seems very dubious. Maybe you should, he should consider playing it just to mix things up. But then Alexei counterstrikes with b5, b4, which is now a threat. Oh man, this is unpleasant. Maybe bishop e1, bishop h4. You're gonna have to somehow, maneuver around the edges if you're Dmitry.
Yeah, I like your suggestions though, that bishop maneuver, because b4 is coming anyway, so that bishop will have to go, and that seems to be the most active choice for white if the bishop lands on h4.
But this isn't because I like white's position. In fact, I think white's position is very unpleasant.
I think Andreikin agrees with you. He doesn't seem to be having a blast here, and is trying to find a way to make it less of a difficulty to proceed here. Of course, he doesn't want to go down in this first game because there is no second game. So whoever wins this game qualifies.
Yep, you better not get into a bad position at the opening. Rook a1, so that's a prophylactic move. He's trying to discourage Corona from going b4, in the event of which at least white gets a rook on the a file. At least black doesn't get a chance to infiltrate to a2, and this opens up another theater of battle on the a file, kind of taking away black's attention from otherwise pushing these pawns forward. I like that move.
Yeah, very good point, that even though it looks weird to place a rook on a file that's not open, it's a prophylactic move, and it's in order to discourage Corona from pushing b4. I think he plays b4 regardless. He said, I don't care.
I don't care. Yeah, you want the a file? I don't care about the a file. I care about my pawns. Okay, so probably... Now, if you play knight takes c6, it's important to point out b takes c3 is crushing because the knight's hanging, and now the b2 pawn is hanging. So that's not possible. I guess the question is, do you take on b4? But since he just played rook a1, I imagine that the answer would be yes.
He's gotta take on b4, otherwise what's the rook doing? Or do you think he's also considering simply bishop back to d2 or e1, and in case of b takes a3, he would have rook takes a3?
Yeah, I didn't think about that initially, but maybe that is his idea. It's not a pleasant choice, but he's thinking hard here. He's spending some time on this decision. Let's see what he does. Yeah, a b. And then you have to play bishop d2. You can't play bishop b1 there because the a1 rook is going to hang.
True. That's the difference, that if he does not take, then he could consider bishop to e1.
Right. And he goes neither. He goes bishop d2. So
all right, that's surprising.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, he is threatening knight takes c6 and ab, right? That would win a pawn. So Alexei has to make a decision on the queen side of some sort. Even c3 is interesting here.
c3, because after the trades, this bishop on c3 would be undefended, and there's a discovered attack.
But then the knight on f6
right?
would be hanging as well. No, that doesn't work.
It doesn't work out. He played rook to b8, and now Andreikin takes. Makes sense, since now the open file, the a file, is his rooks, and there's no counter on a8.
But Alexei says, congratulations, I'm going to give you a medal for that. But what exactly is happening down the a file? There's no parties happening on the a file. And Andreikin says, what was that? Rook a4 attacking the b4 pawn.
And that pawn is vulnerable because the c6 knight is undermined with this knight on e5. So after the trade of the knights, the b4 pawn will be hanging. What can Serena do now to keep the pawn?
This is great defense by Andrakin, because now if Black plays b3, then he gives up this crucial c3 square, and the pawns become totally immobilized, which defeats the purpose of Black's entire queenside operation. If you play c3, we've already talked about that line. White can take twice on c3, and in the event of knight takes e5, at the very end of that line, the pawn that appears on e5 is going to be counterattacking the f6 knight. I think White is fine now.
This is now suddenly a tables turning kind of moment, where it is Black who will have to find the precise way to proceed to not get into a worse position.
Absolutely. Rook b8. I think rook b8 was an inaccuracy by Alexei, underestimating, and he just missed rook a4. This is a incredibly powerful move. Andrakin is so fast in finding these defensive shots, and he's just an underrated player. Underrated, maybe not literally according to his rating, but I think in the eyes of many fans, I mean, yeah, he's just a beast.
Certainly, with so many strong players, it's hard to be in the very top 10, and that the top 10 is usually the one that most viewers would be familiar with and see at every single tournament. But there are so many other super strong grandmasters that don't get the chance to play all the elite events.
That's right. And you can see here on Alexei's face, and by the way, we have gotten word that it is his third knockout match, so maybe third time is the charm. But the way this game is now going, you can see the exasperation on his face as he drops down to 5 minutes. All this time, have been looking for a move, and I cannot find one. I mean, this threat, Anna, you mentioned knight takes c6 and rook takes b4. I want to win a pawn. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, and it's unpleasant if he has to push b3, because that gives up the whole flexibility, the mobility of the pawn structure. He pushes c3. He says, wait a second, tactics, but can this work out?
I think he's bailing out into a draw. Bishop c3, knight e5, d5, queen c3, and then Black can take on e3 there and get into an endgame, which I think is basically a draw. I think we're about to see that mass trade.
Multiple trades indeed, as you predicted, Danya, and now the pawn on f6 shall be taken too. Not the best of pawn structures for Black if there's a queen trade on f6, but suddenly all the pieces are going to be disappearing. e3 too is hanging, so he can choose to take on e3 or f6. Choose.
I think taking on f6 actually isn't bad. That pawn structure is damaged, but it can be very easy to defend. My coach told me this a long time ago, and you've got these pawns in an endgame. You can plant a king on g7, and all of the pawns are defended at the same time by the king. So it could be worse. It's like a bumper on a car. It's not meant to look pretty. It's got some scratches, but it can take a hit. But he decides to take on e3, and that's probably also totally fine.
So he's leaving the pawn on f6 still on the board, which means that White can take on g7 or choose to just wait for Black to take on f6 and instead attack the d5 pawn. The d5 pawn is the prettier pawn on the board. Of course, it's a passed pawn.
Yeah, rook d1. He restrains the pawn, and now gf, and this is going to be a draw. If anything, White's got to be a little careful. Rook e2. I guess White could just go rook g4 check and then bring the other rook back to d1, or even go h4.
And in case of a draw, that will be good news for us. That will mean there will be another game, at least another game with less time control, less minutes on the clock. 3+2 Blitz game will follow up.
Yeah, we're going to see. I think this is probably the first time that we're very likely to see two matches in a row go to the Blitz tiebreaker game.
Very true, very true. And this, unless there's a major mouse slip, is very likely to happen that we're going to go to a Blitz tiebreaker.
And Andrakin he's trying to put some pressure. I mean, he can even trade rooks and then go rook h4, rook h6, and, kind of sit on Black's pawns on the king side. It's still a draw, but, by applying this pressure, he's wearing Alexei out for the next game, if nothing else. And we know that anything is possible, Anna, in Blitz. The most drawn positions, you can easily make a couple of inaccuracies, and all of a sudden you have a defensive task ahead of you.
Very true. And what you mentioned, Danya, that this is a match. So if it's a draw, they will still play a next game or even third or fourth game, depending on whether that will be a decisive result. So it makes sense to put this much pressure on your opponent, even if it might not lead to a win, even if it still will be a draw. It's Alexei who has to be very precise to keep the draw.
Yeah, the good news for him is that even if, you know, he loses one of the pawns, it should still be a draw. F and H pawns are quite good defensively because they soften the advance of White's pawns, but he certainly doesn't want to lose that pawn. He wants to get his king to G7 and knock that rook off of H6. So
makes perfect sense. Yeah, because this H6 rook has been making Black's rook very passive. Have to be defending the pawn on H7 from H8 is not ideal for the rook. So the king is now on G7, liberating the rook from H8.
But he has won the pawn. Alexei basically says, okay, I've given it away. Now I've got my pawns and my king on an ideal defensive square. Anytime Andreykin goes G4, that leads to another trade of pawns, which of course is in Black's favor here.
Yes, up a pawn, but still theoretically a draw endgame. And now with the rook coming to the B5, rook B4 next, in order to try to push the White king back.
Yeah, I don't really see too many attempts for White here. This should be, and Alexei with plenty of time, he should be able to hold this. Andreykin's going to try, though. He's not just going to offer a draw. Rook A4, maybe, to start.
Rook A4 to not allow the check. He played instead something else. What did he do there? He did allow rook before check.
Played Rook A5.
Rook A5.
Yeah, I also had a hard time figuring out what he did. I felt like he passed, like nothing happened, and then Alexei put a rook on B4.
I thought they blinked for a second, and then it was Black to move. So like,
right.
Wait a second.
Yeah, I remember this game in my first nationals, K through 3, I think, US championship. I was watching my friend play, and his opponent at some point lifted his king high up in the air and then planted it back on the same square that it originally was. And we were all like 1,000, so he didn't notice, and the game continued.
Oh my, that is hilarious. So it wasn't even on purpose. It's just out of pure confusion.
Right. He just didn't know what to do since Zugzwang. So he decided to make to pass.
Yes.
God, that would change the game of chess
in a way. Yeah.
That would change it so much if you could pass. No Zugzwang, Zugzwang wouldn't exist. That would just blow everything up completely.
Yeah, very true. It would change the entire nature of the game. I think that happens a lot at children's tournaments, especially when later the score sheets would be input into the computer. So when you want to, when the arbiters or anyone else from the organizing team starts to input the games, and there will be moments when, someone castled here and it was illegal. Right. Someone skipped the turn. The pawn flew 2 squares instead of 1. Depending on what's written on the score sheet, it might not be doable on an online board.
Right. I guess I'm not inputting the game then. And H4 by Alexei, forcing a trade of pawns. Now Andreykin does have a passer on H3. So technically, that seems to be a victory, but it's like a Pyrrhic victory, because I think Alexei is going to get his pawn to F5 and he's just going to chill. I just don't see a way to make progress. Ooh, that's a tricky move. Can't take it because of rook b5.
And he spotted it. He goes back to g6 with the king.
Yeah. I guess the question for Alexei is, does he want to play f5 and prevent g4? He decides that there's no need for that.
Rook to g3 check. Where should the king go, Dania? What's your tip here?
Probably not f7, because then you're going to be cut off from the h pawn. I agree with Alexei's decision here.
I mean, he's threatening checkmate in 1 with rook h1.
Yeah. That's actually pretty funny.
Andreykin spotted it, plays rook f3, and now g3.
And yeah, so rook b3. Now he's probably eventually going to go g4, but that opens the king up to the side checks, like rook a3, rook a2, and the king will not be able to escape them. I don't see any way to make progress here. He tries to reroute his king. Alexei says, no. You're not going anywhere.
King h7, and after rook a, the king goes back to g6. So a lot of back and forth. White is trying because white is up a pawn, but the position should be more than holdable from Black's perspective, and it's not really that difficult of a task to hold it.
No, it's really not. If I'm Undraken, I think the last try, I've seen people get tricked like this. Try to go G4, H5 and sort of see what happens. So I think at some point pushing the G pawn is the only way forward.
Whoa, that's G4 almost made. Now. Yeah, risky.
Yeah, I'm sure you've seen your share of bullet games that, you know, you can get made in an endgame like this pretty easily.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Rook A1. But then H5. But then H5.
Yeah, Serena is considering whether he has to go F5 check because of H5.
I personally think he should, and I thought he should have done that a while ago. But I guess he doesn't want to create another liability. He thinks that that's going to be another weakness. How is Undraken creating chances? I mean, it's unbelievable how these top guys do it.
Yeah. It seems like such a drawish endgame, and now suddenly Black has to play very precisely.
Yeah, Rook F5, stopping H5. It's a little Monka S. I mean, Rook D6 probably, and then H5 is still a threat. Because of Rook H5, there's this Rook F6 trick.
And the king and pawn game would be winning for white with the key squares right in white's control.
Rook F4. Okay, H5 is possible now if he wants to play it. And then the king's going to drop back to G7. Yeah, he plays it.
It is some progress that white has made.
Yeah. I mean, the problem now is that, again, you know, where's he going from here? G4, Alexei will probably reroute his rook to the back, which he does anyway. Oh, H6, Rook H1 mate. How about that?
Yeah, this is a good moment where tables could turn fully with that blunder. Rook B4 gives a square for the white king to move to.
Okay, back and forth they go. Rook B7, King H6 is Alexei's defensive construction.
It's one square closer to the promotion square, though, so there's some chance if Undraken can continue this way, but the F6 pawn is stopping the G5 square, so he cannot do the exact same pattern.
Yep, there's a feeling of progress, though. You're right. He's got his pawn to H5 now.
Yeah, big deal here. And if the king is on H6, it's almost in a checkmate pattern.
Rook F1, great defense by Alexei. He's really shutting Undraken down here completely. Rook can now just King G7 and then back to H6. Yeah,
very precise defense.
I think Rook F5 is now not a threat because Rook takes F5 is going to happen, and then Black is in time to win the pawn.
To play King G4 and get the last pawn. So after many moves, Black is just making waiting moves on the F5, leaving the king on H6, and Rook F2, Rook F1 is what Black will do, unless Dmitry comes up with yet another way of trying to make the game last longer and try to squeeze water out of stone.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Magnus probably would produce some sort of ridiculous, win here, but Alexei's too good of a defender. Rook H2 and then back to F2. This might be Undraken acquiescing to the draw.
Might be the moment, and that will lead to another Blitz tiebreaker with colors reversed. So Serena will have the white pieces in a 3+2 Blitz game, 3 minutes with 2-second increment. And if that is a draw, we are going to see a bullet game as well. And if that is a draw, there will be Armageddon. But it's a lot of ifs. A lot of ifs.
It is a lot of ifs, but it's possible. These players are pretty evenly matched in Blitz and Rapid. And for Undraken is not going to be disappointed. I mean, I don't think he ever was close to winning. I think it was just a good defense initially by Undraken, who was worse out of the opening, and then Alexei stepping up to the plate and defending this endgame very well.
True that if anyone had earlier the upper hand, it felt like Serena had a bit of an initiative on the queen side, and Rook A1 by Undraken and dropping the bishop back, patiently waiting for Black to make a trade. Suddenly turned the table slightly. There was never a big moment for either of the players. It was a very balanced game, as you said, Danya. And the draw seems to be a fair result, which is incoming, unless Undraken comes up with yet another way of trying to...
Right. No, there's nothing. The problem is that if you drop the king back to H3, Alexei will play F5, slicing off the rook's connection to the pawn. And then if you play king H4, you do get checkmated. So king H3 basically loses that pawn.
Yeah, I think this might be the last moment where Andrei goes for rook f5, and it will lead to a position with only kings on the board after king takes f6 or g4 check. Both ways, the draw is incoming and another game is incoming, a blitz game, 3+2. Now, this is good news for the players, good news for the viewers, for us to see even more chess. And I think it's good news for Amin Tabatabai, because he is due to play the third game, the third match of the quarterfinals, and he's still playing, if I see it correctly, his game in Berlin at the Grand Prix.
He's praying that this goes to an Armageddon, and that these games last 150 moves. And with an increment, the games could last a while. They are. So Alexei, as you said, will have the white pieces. He is incredibly well prepared in the opening. He's actually well known for that, for his opening ideas. We'll probably see one d4. That's generally what he likes to play, I think. And we might see Andreikin's very solid with Black Slav, maybe a Nimzo Indian. I don't think this next game is going to be decided in the opening.
I agree with you. It was a very close game, this first one, and the second one, we shall see whether there will be a result, or will we get to see a bullet or even Armageddon game. Now with colors reversed, I think the players are ready. They didn't even need a quick break. The game is on. 3+2 blitz game.
And a6 Queen's Gambit decline. That is a very popular line, and a Carlsbad structure here with white taking on d5. This is super solid for both sides. A well-known structure. And g5, Dimitri going for a slightly more aggressive setup here, and they're still in theory.
Still theory, but don't play g5 unless you know this theory, because it's not the most natural. Black usually can't castle kingside with a structure like this, so do not copy this unless you know theory as well as these grandmasters.
Right, and you might notice there that Alexei could have repeated moves and gotten this into a bullet, but he would have been black, and he wants to try to take advantage of the white pieces. So c5 by Dimitri. Obviously, I assume this pawn is poisoned because of rook b8 and rook takes b2. But, queen c2 comes to mind for me personally, queen c2, and then maybe bishop f5 trying to exploit this weak square. He plays it.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like white's position here. I don't know. I feel like white's got a pull.
Yeah, and it's so much more natural to play it from white's perspective, obviously, for Andreikin. He has studied these variations. He's not afraid of having pushed the pawn to g5, but also optically, it just looks like white's plan is always easier in these kind of structures, so black has to be a lot more precise.
I think that's a great point. I think a point that's not often talked about is that you generally want to avoid having long-term weaknesses in blitz, whether it's a weak square or a weak pawn, because by definition, those, even if the position is fine dynamically, which it probably is here, you can see according to the eval bar, it's just, in a blitz game, it's harder to defend those things quickly and efficiently.
Very true, very true. And in terms of the time management with 3+2, the 2-second increment is there, but it's not that much of an increment to allow the players to think a lot. I said that castle kingside wasn't likely, but it is possible with the bit of bishop placed on g7. It's very important to have something around your king. If the pawn is already on g5, you need that fianchetted bishop.
That's exactly right. And you can see Dimitri getting his pieces to nice squares, queen coming to b6. And white could still play knight f5 or bishop f5, but you've got to be careful, the b2 pawn. If that falls, then your whole queen side kind of collapses. So very important for Alexei to be accurate here. Rook ad1 comes to mind, just beefing up the sort of security in the center. Bishop h7 check could be thrown in, and then rook ad1.
And it's happening, bishop h7 check. And as you mentioned, now the rook is on d1. White has completed his development. All the pieces are in the game. While for black, it's still yet to see where will the f8 rook go? Is there anything to worry about around the king now with this bishop h7 check included?
Not yet, I think. So I was contemplating knight e4, even knight a4, there's knight takes a4 and the queen hangs. It's a super complex position. The bishop also cannot really be trapped. He just goes rook fd8, kind of making a general improving move, and the bishop dropping back to f5 here.
It's fairly common to see whenever there's bishop h7 that later the bishop will move back, in this case to f5. So you give the check to make the king be in a somewhat worse position on g8. It's more natural. It guards the f7 square on h8. It might fall into patterns in the future. It's not something immediate that will exploit the king on h8, but oftentimes it will lead to some kind of a pressure on the f7 square. In this case, for instance, if the trade happened after bishop f5 on the f5 square.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a quintessential grandmaster thing to do, right? You're going to provoke a tiny weakness that could become significant 30 moves down the line.
Exactly. So nothing to worry about at the moment, but maybe in 15, 20 or 30 moves indeed.
So maybe he was trying to get his queen into g6 after the trade, but Andreykin takes back with a knight, and Alexei now shifts his knight over to f5. This is a great square. We're seeing a bailout here. Bishop takes c3, queen takes c3, possibly another endgame. But I think Alexei might go queen b1 here.
You think he will want to keep the queens on the board and try to later do something on the king side? Is that possible?
Ideally, yes. And also h6 is hanging, so queen b1 would attack b7 and would keep the attack on the h6 pawn.
Yes, so with that pressure on both the b7 and the h6 pawns, what is it that black can do in order to not drop any material?
Black can play queen c2 and essentially force a queen trade. And a queen trade could be dangerous for white because Andreykin currently has a pawn majority on the queen side and the possibility of creating an outside pass pawn. So Andreykin definitely wants a queen trade here. He won't have to worry about his king safety. And even if that means giving up the h6 pawn, I think he's going to be fine with it.
Queen b1, as you predicted, he pushes b5 instead of queen c2, offering that h6 pawn up for grab, king g7 to guard the f7 pawn, king f6. Look how active the king is.
Whoa, that is bold. I mean, he's not worried about anything. Alexei says, I'm anchoring in that knight with g4, screwing it into f5. Now the queen doesn't have to defend it anymore until queen c2, and I could be met with queen up to b4. And you got to be careful if you're Dmitry. I mean, that was a bold move. But now, knight g3, I think there was f4 instead.
It felt like white had something instead of dropping the knight back. The king made it to e7, a delayed bomb cloud setup. It still seems pretty bold from Andreykin's perspective, and it feels like he didn't have to go for this.
No, and I'm pretty sure f4 there was the way to punish black for, that audacity. But Alexei dropping his knight back. Now g4 is hanging. Dmitry is kind of breathing a sigh of relief. I think he survived the immediate danger, and now he's trying to overtake the initiative. But queen h7 by Alexei, is he trying to get that knight back into f5?
This game with the king in the middle of the board, well, to be fair, the king on e7 is more shielded and better protected than if it was somewhere on the king side. Now that there's no h pawn and the pawn is on g5 after rook h8, queen back to f5 seems to be a natural response.
Yep, he plays queen f5. He's trying to target the d pawn. That's why he played queen h7 to get black's rook away from d8. Now he could play f3, and I think white is, at the end of the day, somewhat better because of this incredibly active knight on f5. But with that being said, black's pawn majority, we shouldn't forget about that.
Yeah, the pawn majority still is giving a hope for black for a pass pawn if the A and B pawns will start to be pushed.
Yeah, so this is a 3-result game, but currently white's got a bit of an initiative, knight d6. But what after rook c6? He's just going to go back to f5? He is. Odd move there. He allows Andreykin to keep pushing his pawns.
Yeah, it feels a bit slow, white's approach. And they're also going low on time. There's a 2-second increment, but both players are down to their final half minute.
Uh-oh. And now the knight's coming into c3. You can't take the pawn on d5. That knight d6 loss of tempo has given Andreykin a chance to really unwind his tentacles on the queen side. He takes it anyway. Oh, knight c3, rook c1. No, but then knight e4.
Oh, so he is dropping an exchange.
But why is the eval? Oh, I guess because after f4, you take a5. And what Alexei is saying is, look, black won't have a pawn majority anymore, and that knight will be a monster. And so Andreykin doesn't go for the exchange.
Yeah, he doesn't take it. He doubles rooks instead, and now after rook takes a5, it's still the same 94 check that can win the rook.
It's complicated. Totally, very double-edged. White's got 2 pawns for the exchange. They're not the greatest pawns, though. But black's king could get caught in some sort of a fork. if black is not careful.
In a blitz game with almost no time on the clock but the 2-second increment, this knight is a very strong and very dangerous piece for knight forks, indeed.
Rook c3 trying to get to a3. A trade of rooks would be disastrous for white here. Lexi with 11 seconds. We might see a draw here. There might be some sort of mutual liquidation.
Rook c5 offering a rook trade, but rook b7 blocking with the other rook on c7. Black is insisting on the rook trade.
Okay, and a bailout, knight c6 trade. And now Draken the one who's going to be down a pawn. But just like in the last game, not the greatest pawn.
Definitely not the greatest pawn. He was shaking his head there slightly when the knight fork happened, as if he had blundered it.
Draw. This is going to be a draw. We're going to have a bullet.
Well, we are happy to see that. More chess for us, more time for Amin Tabatabai to make it back to his hotel room. Everyone is winning from this situation where these two grandmasters go head to head in a bullet. If this is a draw, there will be a bullet. If the bullet is drawn too, there will be an Armageddon. For
the first time in the RCC, we might have an Armageddon. Bullet games are generally decisive, of course, but remember, there's still an increment. So this won't be quite as crazy as, most bullet games. I think we might see a repetition here. This is even less, there's even less chances for Alexei here than there was for Dmitry in the previous game.
Yeah, with the double G pawns, it basically is as if white did not have an extra pawn on the board.
Yeah, and a draw offered and agreed upon. Bullet time, Anna. Seatbelts fastened and mandatory. And once again, Dmitry will have the white pieces.
Dmitry will have the white pieces and their time control. As we said, we are going to lower and lower time controls. We went from 10+2 to 3+2, and the next one is a 1+1. Bullet with a 1-second increment.
And I was going to say before the match, I just get the sense that they're so evenly matched and they're so solid that it takes a lot to beat one of these players. Okay, so knight takes d5, that's a semi-tirage, very popular nowadays. And Dmitry adopting a more modest setup, not going e4.
And we reach a typical isolated pawn structure, isolated queen's pawn that can arise from many, many different openings, e4, d4 alike.
I don't like this bullet choice for black. I feel like these positions are always easier to play for white.
With the initiative, absolutely. I agree with you that if they had more time, it would not be a problem. But the king side attack of white with a bullet time control can be very, very nasty.
And look at this, queen f4 threatening, rook takes e8, and bishop takes f6. If you drop the bishop back, that makes room for white's knight to jump into g5. White is better, no question about it. Alexei's got to tread very carefully here to hold this position together. Bishop g7 might be the move to play.
Yeah, he definitely is considering it. Both players, by the way, have a rating of over 3,000 in bullet chess. So they are comfortable with this time control, but it's not the traditional bullet. It does have a 1-second increment.
Yeah, and that increment, makes it possible to take a little bit of a longer think. Now, queen f6, isn't there queen c7? Queen c7. Oh my goodness, look at Alexei's queen side.
Ooh.
If you take the bishop, you lose 2 pieces. White gets 2 for 1. I think black is lost.
He must have blundered this. The bishop on h6 is hanging, but so is the b7 bishop, and then the rook on a8 and the c6 knight will be in the air too.
And that's a great move by Alexei. He wants to play queen takes b7, knight a5, but there's got to be something for white. Even queen a6 and then rook e8 check gets a queen for a rook and a bishop, but that's got to be winning for white, at least that. And he plays it. And I don't see Alexei surviving this.
He found a way to try to make it more difficult for white to convert, but Draken spots the tactical opportunity. And now it's a rook and a minor piece versus the queen, but with such a strong knight on e5 and black's pieces being all over the place, but not coordinating. A knight on a5, bishop on h6.
Yeah, and queen e8 and knight d7 is a massive threat. If black goes knight c4, I would not take on d5. Now I would take on d5. This is completely winning. And it's so easy to play in a bullet. h4, h5 is very much in the spirit of the position. He reroutes his knight. This is, knight c6, whatever you want, basically.
Yeah, and Sarana knows it. He just tries to obviously continue playing because this game will knock Serrano out. If he loses, he will be knocked out of today's week 7 of the Rapid Chess Championship, and Andreikin will be the opponent of Fabiano Corona.
That will be an amazing match. And look at how Andreikin is making progress bit by bit. He keeps improving. He keeps winning pawns. And now he gets another one. And now a discovery against the rook, knight a7 maybe. I mean, lots of ways to win this game. All roads lead to Rome. Queen b7, and it's over officially. It's over officially. Very frustrating for Alexei, who just can't seem to make it too far in the Sunday knockout.
Yeah, it was his 3rd time qualifying to the knockout, but he gets eliminated in the quarterfinals. This was such a close match, Danya. We have seen the 10+2 going down the wire, but always very balanced game. The 3+2, the Blitz that we have just witnessed, also ended in a draw. And only the bullet was where Dmitry Andreikin managed to find a win with this Queen c7 that was blundered by Serrano, the tactical pattern.
An epic match, very high-level chess. We really didn't see any blunders at all. And this is what we're here to watch. But Dmitry Andreikin, once again, putting together a fine display and making his way to the semifinals. We will go on a break. When we return, we will update you on whether Amin can finish his game and make it to his hotel room in time. But for now, we'll go on a short break. You're watching the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. It's the Sunday Knockout, and we will be back in just a couple of minutes.
Hikaru Nakamura is playing for the win, even though his opponent has a pawn one step away from becoming a new queen. It's sensational the amount of risks Hikaru is taking here.
It seems like Black is making some progress finally, and
Well, he just made the decision to trade off everything. He did get a draw, but that could very easily have been a win.
it looks like it should be winning for BB Sara. I mean, Black only has that one queen in the attack, and White has an extra piece and lots of pawns. I think we're going to see a little bit of an upset in this game.
And Muzichuk ends up losing on time, and Asobayeva confirms her excellent form by winning that matchup.
This is incredible. Bartosz Sachko is up a piece against Magnus Carlsen.
Sachko, playing in his native Poland, has a winning position, and Magnus resigns. Sachko is on a perfect score, having defeated the reigning world champion.
The lead just keeps changing. Asobayeva has already been in the lead, and now she's going to get it back. I mean, because this game is about to be over.
And Shuvalova has to resign. In the end, she was 5 pawns down. There's no hope saving that.
We got Sindarov and Fedoseev is actually the battle of the leaders on 7 points out of 8.
There's a pawn endgame now, only pawns remaining, and Sindarov is going for the win! Sindarov is going for the win! Fedoseev rushes his king back into defense, and the guys agree to a draw. Oh my gosh, and both of these players remain in the lead. Aronian with an extra pawn in the rook endgame, and Fedoseev, he's unable to do anything about the white pawns in conjunction with the white king just making their way up the board. It's over! Levon Aronian taking the lead in the tournament. Aronian rushing his king over to the left-hand side, trying to get rid of Black's rook. The king is now coming to the aid of the pawn that's only 2 squares away from becoming a new queen. And Aronian is making very good progress here. And Anish Giri resigns the game.
Levon Aronian, 13 points. Fantastic result. He's playing so confidently.
Hikaru Nakamura is not on the list. He tested positive for COVID and had to withdraw from the tournament. BB Sara has a 1.5 point lead. She's gonna win it if she wins this one. Look at this. BB Sara with her queen can go for the queen trade. If the queens are traded, she's gonna win this game, and she does go for it. The queens are traded off the board. The bishop coming in against the white king to give a check, and Goryachkina resigns. Asobayeva is the world champion.
A lot of credit to our women's world blitz champion, the young player from Kazakhstan, making her name known to the whole world.
Maxim making his calculations. Can he stop that black pawn in time? And he thinks he can do that after lots of captures. It's Aronian who's down by a pawn, but Aronian's king is unable to assist against the white king making its way forward, and Aronian now will resign the game. And what a stunning turnaround there. He made a couple of mistakes, and the Frenchman capitalizes on that. Dubov trying to get his pieces pointing in towards Black's king, but Olivreza has a pawn 1 step away from becoming a new queen.
And he has made a queen, and he knows that he can always sack that queen for the bishop. And that is the end of the game. And we're almost certainly guaranteed a tie for first place after the final game.
He's using his queen to help out. That pawn is moving forward, and Aronian now, he's gonna have to resign. The pawn is becoming a new queen. Aronian does keep on playing, but there's no hope. He resigns the game. Was that the championship for Alireza Firouzja? Actually, it's definitely not the championship, because Jan Krzysztof Duda has managed to win his game, so there will be a tie. The question is whether or not Maxim Vachier-Lagrave will be able to join them, and Vachier-Lagrave has beaten Magnus Carlsen. Jan Krzysztof Duda and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave will be playing for the gold medal. It's less than 30 seconds on the clock for Duda, who needs to figure out this endgame. And he chooses to push his pawn forward.
Exactly. He chose to protect it with this rook b4, not going in for that trade where he might lose a pawn.
Yeah, the pawns are just getting exchanged off, and the guys agree to a draw. The handshake there, a solid game from Duda. Duda is actually giving away his bishop. A strange decision from the Polish player there. He chooses to move the one knight, losing the other.
I'm not thrilled about where white took this position because certainly he's not better at all in this endgame. Duda is going to have to play for a draw. Yeah, certainly I don't see any danger at all for black. They just agreed to a draw.
Now, to find the victor of this tournament, we're going to play one game at a time. And if someone wins, that is the world champion. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave now in the end game. Duda trying to use his king to stop white's king from getting into the game. But here, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave is able to capture another pawn on the side of the board. 2 extra pawns for him now. Duda resigns. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, the world champion in 2021. And here we see Maxim Vachier-Lagrave being congratulated. He is the world Blitz champion.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little
You
bit.
should
Okay.
do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday.
Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. Look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess. Rook there for rook e2. And he blunders mate in one. Oh my goodness. I'm awful.
Welcome back to the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We are watching the Sunday knockout with the National Master Anna Rudolf. Anna, unfortunately, Amin is still playing, but as we said at the start of the broadcast, he's got the absolute best excuse for missing an RCC match. I think we can forgive him.
Yeah, very good excuse and very understandable excuse. He's playing right now over the board in Berlin at the FIDE Grand Prix, trying to hold a game, a very difficult position against Grandmaster Yu Yangyi. So we wish him the best with his game. He's in Group D, where it was all tied so far. Anything can happen. He could still be the top one to qualify and make it to the knockout stage of the Grand Prix. So hopefully it will go well for Amin in Berlin, but he cannot make it to the match here because he's still playing.
Yes, he is. And the upshot of that is that David Parabian does qualify by forfeit into the semifinals, where he will face the winner of our next match between Benjamin Bach and Laequan Lim. Both incredibly strong players, household names. Benjamin, he had his hands full. He was commentating on Hikaru's channel, and now he goes from commentator to player. He's going to have to put that aside, focus. He's had a long morning. And now he has a tough match against Laequan.
Indeed, Benjamin with the multitasking GM Kanti has taken over on Hikaru's channel. Hikaru, by the way, seems to be winning, so doing very well in these must-win situations for him in Berlin. And Benjamin now coming from Hikaru's channel from his casting job. Hopefully he's ready to compete and try to make it to the semifinals. We're gonna let the players get set, ready, and in a moment we're gonna get started with our final quarterfinals of the day, and then the semis and the finals. So don't go anywhere.
Yeah, and apart from, the weekly prizes, let's just remind everybody of what is on the line, how the Grand Prix point system works in the RCC. Remember that Grand Prix points gained throughout the 26 weeks, they are accumulated, and all of that flows into the final. So it's incredibly important for players to consistently score well. You can see top place 10 points. You don't always have to get first, but you got to be in the mix and you got to keep getting points. And let's have a quick look at the leaderboard. Fabiano Corona, Anna, you were mentioning at the start of the broadcast, he is ahead by a country mile. And some of those players who are currently in, 11, 10, 12th place, they have to step it up and score a couple of victories. And somebody like Benjamin, has to try to make it far today.
Indeed, to start scoring points. And he has just gone live on his own channel. He is ready to start fighting here in the quarterfinals. So we're going to bring the players in a moment, and then we shall begin. Danya, I believe we might go for a quick technical break to have the players set, and then we're going to get started in a moment with the final quarterfinals of the day. So don't go anywhere. This is going to decide who will make it to the semifinals. And after this match, Fabiano Corona will be back to fight against Dmitry Andreikin in the semis.
We'll be right back. Chess.com's coverage of the 2022 Candidates Tournament is coming this June. Watch the top players compete for their chance to face some Magnus Carlsen, having a hard time reading that name, for the World Championship title. Tune in to chess.com/TV to enjoy exclusive footage of the playing hall and expert commentary on every move coming your way from Madrid in June. That's going to be incredibly exciting. And of course, Anna, the Grand Prix determines 2 of the spots in the candidates. So there's so much on the line, and there's a lot on the line in the RCC in our final quarterfinal match between Benjamin Bach and Laequan Lim.
There's a lot on the line indeed, and this is the final quarterfinal match. It will determine who is going to be the opponent of David Paravian, who makes it to the semifinals. Amin Tabatabai, as we have already mentioned, is still busy in Berlin with his game today at the Grand Prix. So Paravian makes it to the next round with a forfeit. And Benjamin Bach, now coming back fresh from the commentary on Hikaru's channel, is ready to compete for the first time in the knockout stage. I believe this is the first time that Benjamin has qualified from the Swiss. He competed quite a few times, but this is the first time he made it to the top 8. And he finished 3rd, I believe, Tanya. So he did really well yesterday.
Incredibly well. And you said coming back. Did you mean he's coming back to the...
Oh, man, what a missed opportunity. I need to take notes from you.
Unacceptable. And another symmetrical English, like we saw in Caruana-Kamsky, but this time a slightly different setup with both sides fianchettoing their bishops.
Fianchettoing indeed, and Castle Kingside is on the board. Bishop G7 and Castle Kingside for Black 2 is very likely to happen in a moment. While as Danya is showing that this knight from D4 often is going to move to C2 so that it's not that loose on the central square.
Yeah, I mean, as long as it's on D4, you have to be very careful about allowing a trade and then a potential discovery. Now, there is nothing concrete yet. H5 by Laequan, that's a very interesting system. And Benjamin deciding to allow the pawn to advance to H4, which seems to come as a surprise to Laequan, who takes a bit of a think here.
Yeah, I would be surprised too, because it seems very promising to start a kingside attack, but Benjamin is not worried at all. He plays 95 immediately.
Yeah, he seems to be very well prepared. I mean, I can almost guarantee you that this is preparation given how quickly he's playing. H takes G3, H takes G3, so the H file is open now. You know, if Black ever gets a queen to, let's say, H5, there's going to be major trouble. But I think Benjamin is relying on the fact that that's incredibly hard to do, especially with all the traffic in the center.
There's a lot of traffic in the center, indeed. And we shall see how Laequan will react to these knight jumps. So both knights are up for grab. You could trade on D5, you could trade on D4. But are any of these trades all right for Black?
That's a good question. I don't think this one is. If you take on D5, White's going to take on C6 and snap off this bishop, and then everything is hanging. This looks terrible. Laequan going knight E5. So he puts a body in the middle of the bishop so that there's no potential for that. And now, of course, Benjamin, this is a pawn sacrifice, technically. Benjamin could take on F6, take on B7. But if he does that, I'll just show really quickly. I think the idea is rook B8. And if you move your bishop back, all of a sudden there's this counter tactic, knight takes C4. So a very savvy idea here by Laequan.
I like this knight takes C4 pattern a lot, and this must be the reason why Benjamin started spending a bit more time here to make sure that he's not allowing any unnecessary tactics.
Yeah, this is I mean, 95 is a lovely move, and Benjamin now, of course, has the potential to take on F6 and not take on B7. But, you know, a move like Queen D2 can also be considered just sort of improving his position. That's what at least I have my eyes on. Queen D2, maybe, I wouldn't go E4. I feel like that weakens some of these light squares around the king, and White's got to be careful about making more weaknesses on the king side. The H file is already open, so you'd be playing with fire.
So what do you think are the options for Benjamin here?
I mean, Queen D2 is what I would play, you know, in like a bullet game. That's my instinct. Yeah, what else can he do? Move the knight back from D5? I don't know about that. Rook C1, maybe. Maybe something like just improve the position slowly here.
Yeah, Queen D2, I think seems very, very likely. But he's still taking his time. So is he calculating anything more concrete than just bring the queen to D2 or bring the rook to C1?
There is this move, knight F3, pursuing the knight from E5. No, Benjamin does go for Queen D2, which is understandable. I mean, he improves his position. He defends the bishop. So now, Anna, knight F6 and bishop B7 really is a threat, because at the end of that line I showed, knight takes C4 doesn't make sense. The bishop is protected by the queen.
Yes, so with the queen on D2, suddenly it is Black who has to prevent the line that you have mentioned, Danya, and the pawn on B7. How do you deal with this threat? Can you just protect that pawn? Obviously, pushing the B pawn would not be very tempting with the G2 bishop being so powerful and targeting the rook on A8. Although with the H file open, maybe you can afford to sacrifice an exchange.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually. And white might even refuse to take it. Queen C8. So there's your answer. Laequan does defend the B7 pawn, but he also prepares bishop H3. And obviously, this is what's so dangerous about having the H file open. You know, we were talking about the queen coming to the H file as a distant, you know, non-reality, but all of a sudden it becomes a very serious threat, which Benjamin must take with the utmost seriousness.
Yeah, I really like this multi-purpose move. Good for the defense of the pawn on B7, but more so for bishop H3, preparing this, the attack on the H file, and it's not that easy to prevent it. How do you guard the king side?
I mean, you can move the rook from F1. This is the classic idea, right? To meet bishop H3 with bishop H1. But there's something about that that doesn't inspire confidence. The queen could still worm its way to the H file via G4. You might even want to allow a fork on C7 because, you know, checkmate doesn't care how many pieces you've sacrificed.
Yeah, that's a great point, that the queen could still make it through with G4, H5 being the path. So Benjamin is taking quite a long thing here to figure out what to do. He plays rook to D1, and that could mean that after bishop H3, he wants to drop the bishop back to H1.
Yeah, I think that's his idea. Bishop H3, bishop H1, and now queen G4 has to be very seriously considered. Yeah, and then queen H5. You might even just ignore knight C7, knight takes A8. I wouldn't even recapture. Okay, bishop H3 is played. And I think the key decision comes after bishop H1. Let's see what Laequan comes up with.
Yeah, this is a very critical moment to see whether there's a continuation to Black's attack, and can Black afford to sacrifice the A8 rook with the idea that you have mentioned, Danya? Is queen G4 possible here, or can he prepare to bring the queen onto the king side?
There's some crazy tactics in terms of preparing to bring the king. You could play king F8 and say, well, I'm going to get the king away so that I don't allow a fork. And here I was contemplating knight takes E7, king E7, and then knight F5. Ooh. With the idea of taking on D6 leads to absolutely wild complications. And Benjamin might have his eyes on this as well.
That would be insane to see that sacrifice and the opening of the center with the black king still in the middle of the board.
Yeah, so maybe knight takes D5 simply. You just get rid of this knight, and then queen G4 can be considered as well.
Could be the way to avoid the opening of the D file and the sacrifice on E7.
Yeah, somehow it didn't occur to me. Like, that's the simplest way to stop knight C7. Take the darn knight. And he does.
It prevents everything. Prevents the knight fork, prevents the sacrifices on E7. And now it could be time for the queen to land on G4 and make it to H5. King F8.
Still trying to make preparations. Still trying to shelter his king. That takes a lot of patience, right? Queen G4 is so tempting, but these top players, they only do things under the best conditions. They make sure to improve their positions to the maximum first. From a practical standpoint, I like Black's position. The eval bar, you know, as you can understand, not too afraid of the attack because White's got, you know, precise defensive techniques. And Benjamin going for the mass trade here with knight F3. Good move.
Yeah, it's a good idea to start trading pieces, and with that, the attack of Black would not be as scary. Of course, the less pieces that there are on the board, the less powerful that attack will be. So it makes perfect sense. King F8 was a funny way, by the way, of making the king more secure. Of course, Black doesn't want the castle king side because that rook on H8 is perfectly placed for the attack.
It really is. Yeah, I mean, this is Black's only trump card here, because if you look at the board on the other side, I mean, the bishop on D5, White's got queen side pressure, a clamp on the center. Black's king is not the safest either. So Lim has to convert that H file into something tangible, or the other pluses in White's position could start to make their presence felt. So maybe queen F5 here can be considered. He takes on F3. Okay. I don't know about that.
So after the trade, now the dark squared bishops too could be traded. But but doesn't seem to make much sense for black to take, because then the white queen will take over on the long diagonal, targeting the HH rook.
Right. Yeah, the rook is hanging. You're going to have to spend another tempo. And white is not too far away from breaking through on the queen side. If you think about rook AC1, C5, things could get really concerning for black with this sort of lack of coordination between the rooks.
Mm-hmm. It seems like black's attack is no longer this scary, and if there is no attack, then white should be doing better with this strong f3 bishop, putting pressure on the b7 pawn, and the rook about to join the queen side initiative too, with rook c1 and c5 in the right moment.
But a great move by Lim. He goes bishop back to d7, and you might think, oh, he's just resigning himself to passive defense. Not really. He wants to get this bishop to c6, which does two things. It threatens to eliminate white's strong bishop, and it opens up a pathway for that queen to h3. So I think a lovely defensive move was just found by Laequan, and he's still okay.
Yeah, very important to try to trade that light squared bishop to make sure that this f3 bishop will not cause any more harm and will not restrict black's position. The b7 pawn constantly hanging was a bit of an issue for the development of the queen side of black.
Mm-hmm. So bishop c6 could be met with e4, but as we discussed earlier, that weakens, blunts white's bishop and creates more kingside weaknesses. So black could potentially then plant to queen on h3 and just sort of hover over the king side, even if there's nothing concrete.
Let's
Benjamin
see.
Thinking. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if he will make a quick decision here, or will start spending more time. This is now down to the last 5 minutes of the game. This is a rapid time control, 10 + 2, 10 minutes with a 2-second increment, but both players have spent half of their time already.
And Benjamin repeating moves here. I think king g2 would essentially force a repetition, because if you're Laequan, you cannot allow a rook to get to h1. Then black's only plus is eliminated and there's nothing else left to play for. I think a repetition is not unlikely here. With these constant threats down the h file, black's got a permanent source of counterplay, which in a rapid game is good, even if white is sort of a little bit better, objectively speaking.
Yeah, so you're predicting that Benjamin might be willing to repeat moves.
Yeah, and I don't think he's against the reduction of the time control, and that would be 3 draws in our first 3 matches. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, and a reminder that all these matches are a 1-game match. We only get to see a second or third game in the same match if it's drawn. So in case the players will repeat moves here with king g2, bishop h3, and Benjamin is offering a repetition, we'll get to see a blitz game between Benjamin and Liam with colors reversed.
Yes, we will. There we go. Another draw. A very, a short game, but a very well-fought game. Not that either player came out saying, I want to make a draw, especially not Benjamin. He did his best, but great stuff by Laequan to open up that h file and then very skillfully continue to maneuver in order to create headaches for Benjamin throughout.
Yes, and an excellent game where both try to scare the opponent. The h-file attack of Laequan Liam parried by Benjamin with the initiative in the center, and that knight takes c7 sacrifice. A lot of tactical patterns that you have showed, Danya, unfortunately weren't played on the board, but it's because both players saw them. They saw the threats, they parried them, and therefore the fireworks did not happen, but there were many patterns that they had to take into account.
Lots of things happening behind the scenes in these top level games. Okay, so d takes c4. This is, I think, a Vienna variation, and bishop b4. Now, often white sacrifices. Bishop takes c4 is the topical move, but Laequan going bishop g5, pinning the knight, which is also a very popular continuation. Now, I think c5 is a move, and it's just very complicated.
Let's see if Benjamin will go for c5. He's taking some time here. This is a 3-minute blitz game with 2-second increments, so he shouldn't spend too much time. h6.
And eventually you would think he's going to go c5. Otherwise, white gets an uncontested, powerful center. But Benjamin doesn't seem too comfortable here. He's taking pretty long thinks, and this is still a theoretical position.
Yeah, it seems to be the case today that a few of our players found it a bit more difficult than usual to switch between the time controls. So that they had 10 minutes in the previous game, and now it's down to 3 minutes, and they're still taking quite a long think when there isn't that much time on the clock.
It is hard, and Benjamin has already spent a minute. E5 intermezzo attacking Black's queen, and I think slicing off the queen's connection to the d4 pawn and driving a wedge into Black's position. Now it's going to be a little bit harder for Benjamin to deploy his light squared bishop. He could fianchetto it, but that also might be too slow. So knight takes d4 looks good. He takes with the queen. That queen could swing either to g4 or to e4 and combine with the bishop to create a battery if Black castles kingside. I like what Lim is doing here.
Yes, and castle kingside is on the board. So let's see if Liam will go for that queen bishop battery immediately or soon after bringing the rooks to the central files, because he could also choose to bring the rooks to the CD or E files and go for queen e4, bishop d3 a bit later. I wonder if he will start with the initiative with that attack idea immediately. Ooh. Knight e4, a different way of going for the kingside attack.
Makes perfect sense as well. Knight f6 check is not to be trifled with, so Benjamin could consider playing knight d7, but the d6 square is also an anchor point for White's knight. I mean, again, the eval bar isn't too afraid of this. Maybe rook d8 is the move, but Benjamin's already eaten up half of his time, and Lim just seems so much more comfortable in this type of position than Benjamin.
Yeah, I would not like to be in Benjamin's shoes here with that kingside attack about to be launched and more time for Liam in a blitz game. Rook d8 attacking the queen. It doesn't seem like there are too many options for Liam's queen, but he's considering maybe already the sacrifice. Because
there's a ridiculous line after knight f6. So takes, and if you take the queen after fe, Black has to take the pawn and give up the rook. The problem for Laequan is that after knight f6, I think king f8, okay, I guess not king f8 because of queen e4. I guess king h8 is possible, and Black is probably okay, but there's a lot to calculate here, and that means Lim has now himself spent a lot of time, and he plays it. What a move.
That is an excellent sacrifice, knight f6 check, giving up the piece. And it doesn't seem to be possible to take it for the line that Danya has shown with the pawn promoting, or you're losing your rook on d4 at the end of the line.
So you actually can take the knight with the pawn and then not take the queen on d4, drop the queen back to f8, but that takes nerves of steel. That is the best line according to the engine, with king h8 also giving a defensible position, but a very dangerous one, as the queen will swing to f4, and Benjamin does take. He's going for that line. What a gutsy decision there. Queen f8,
so
forced.
Nerves of steel, as you mentioned, Danya, he has to play queen f8 to prevent queen g4, queen g7 checkmate. Right.
And we explained why taking the queen led to the loss of an exchange. Now queen g4 check and rook d1. White doesn't have anything immediate. You know, this is a long-term piece sacrifice that yields long-term chances on the king side. Very risky for both sides. If White doesn't come up with anything, guess what? He only has a pawn for the piece.
Yeah, this seems so imbalanced in terms of the material, but it is Black who has to worry, because even though you're up a piece, it is the Black king that's really vulnerable, and the Black queen side is not developed. So even though Black is up a full piece, you can't really use pieces that are still on the back rank.
It's a great plan. Benjamin has to spend time, knight d7. He's going to have to go b6 and bishop b7. That gives Laequan a chance, for instance, to lift his rook up to d4. That is a huge threat. Rook d4, rook g4. And if that rook gets to g7, it can resign. How is Benjamin going to defend against that? He's got 22 seconds. This looks so difficult practically. He goes knight b6. Oh, he blunders mate. Rook takes d8. Yeah, queen g4, rook takes d8. It's over.
No, Benjamin. He missed queen g4 and rook d8. This is resignation time.
It's over. Queen takes d8, queen g7 check. Even the immediate rook takes d8 was winning. That's what we talked about. What a great practical decision by Lim to play knight f6. He wins in 18 moves. Unbelievable.
Yeah, this game went very well for Laequan Guillem straight from the opening. You mentioned, Danya, that these type of positions with the initiative on the king side is something that much more difficult in shorter time controls for Black to defend against.
Almost impossible. Benjamin had 30 seconds by the time he took the knight, and a disappointing end for him, as he had a great event yesterday, but that's how it goes. The RCC is so unforgiving. The Sunday knockout, one bad move, as Yasser likes to say, one single bad move and you are out. That's it. Laequan Lim is our final semifinalist, as all of the quarterfinal matches are now over. That means we will go on a short break, and when we return, we will watch the semifinals. So the stakes continue to rise. You're watching the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. It's the Week 7 Sunday knockout. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with the semifinals. Welcome back to the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. This time for the semifinals and our first matchup between Fabiano Corona and Dmitry Andreikin. And both of these they're powerhouses. They're so solid, hard to beat. I think we're in for an epic game, maybe multiple games.
I agree with you. I would predict multiple games, maybe even an Armageddon. I was so hoping earlier we might get to see one between Andreikin and Serena. That match was so close. In the end, Dmitry Andreikin managed to qualify and will now be facing the leader of the Rapid Chess Championship in terms of Grand Prix points. Fabiano has been doing so well. He's got 39 points, which is 12 points ahead of our second placed Hikaru, and the gap between the rest of the players is even bigger. He has played already 6 times, only missing 1 occasion. I believe last weekend must have been the first time when he didn't make it to the knockout stage when Fabi didn't qualify.
Mm-hmm. He wasn't off to a good start, and with how strong the field is, anything can happen on any given Saturday. And they're off, and we have a delayed Alapin. That's bishop d3. That's I think this is called a Kopek system, when the bishop drops back to c2. Really awkward looking move. It's the kind of move if you didn't know who he was, you'd say, well, this guy doesn't know the basic rules of development. You're not supposed to block your other pieces, but once the bishop drops back, you're ready to play d4. Yeah,
this is a system that we don't get to see often between super grandmasters. You are right, Danya, but it's sound, and this is speed chess after all. So Fab is simply going for something that's not that theoretical. He wants to get a playable position out of the opening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is causing Andreikin to think. Now, the big choice for Black is, does Black play d6 or does Black play the immediate d5? And d5 could lead to a French structure after e5 and d4. This might not be what Dmitry Andreikin is looking for out of a Sicilian.
Yeah, you don't really want to transpose to a French defense if you play the Sicilian. It's not the best of trades with the light square bishop of Black being stuck on c8. I would take the trade if I could transpose from a French to a Sicilian.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And there we go, e5. I mean, knight d7 looks basically forced. And this bishop on c2 is very well placed. It's aiming at the king side, which means that if Andreikin castles king side, you're going to have to deal with Greek gift potential, battery with the queen coming to d3. I almost feel like this is a good French for Fabi. What a great opening choice to play bishop d3 there.
Yeah, it was very smart, and it managed to confuse Andreikin enough to make him want to transpose to a French defense under not the best of conditions.
Yeah, and you can tell just by his time usage that he is not particularly thrilled. Now, one typical idea there's 2 main ideas in the advance. The first is to go queen b6 and pressure d4. I feel like that ship has sailed. So you might have to rely on the secondary idea, which is to play a well-timed f6 and try to open up that king side, get your bishop a nice square on d6. You can play that with or without c takes d4, but Andreikin is not a French player, and he's not comfortable here.
He is not, and that clearly shows by the time usage as well. It's already 2 minutes of a time advantage for Fabiano. b6 has been the choice of Dmitry.
Yeah, that's a very reasonable move. Bishop a6 is what he's angling for. Fabi castles while he still has the chance.
And now bishop a6, he will simply move the rook away from f1 to e1.
Presumably. I mean, bishop d3 is the other move.
Yeah,
but I like this
you
bishop.
want to trade the light square bishop, such a powerful piece.
And now bishop e7. I think Andreikin has handled this well. As usual, he spots the critical moments and he almost always reacts accurately. Mm-hmm. I would consider throwing in a3 here if I'm Fabi, because there's constantly this idea of cd4, and then knight b4, and that combination of the bishop and knight is quite a headache.
Yeah, certainly that's something that Andreikin has been looking at. And g5, you are drawing 2 in some positions. Black can afford to push the g pawn without castling to try to put more pressure on the d4 pawn.
There it is. He plays it, and he goes maximally aggressive. I like it a lot. I feel like this is the way to create the play. Now, g4 is a big threat, and then white will have to move the knight away, relinquishing the defense on d4. So bishop e3 comes to mind to buttress that pawn, prepare for g4, and this is going to be incredibly sharp. He plays g4 anyway.
And the knight doesn't have any other option but back to d2.
h5, supporting the g4 pawn. Now, obviously, Dmitry is not planning to castle kingside here, and I think that's pretty much clear.
He's going for the kingside attack. Well, for Fabi, the pieces on the queen side are a bit tangled up at the moment with the knight on d2 taking away the b1 knight square. He pushes b4 to try to open up the queen side.
Yeah, and maybe, as you said, untangle the pieces somehow. But how? This knight on b1 can't move. If you play a4, you drop b4. So although the eval bar gives a small advantage to white because of black's, weakness of black's kingside, it's hard to actually find a move. Maybe knight f1 and knight bd2. That's one way to regroup your pieces and get a little bit more development going.
I like that idea because certainly Fabi needs to develop his queen side, and the trades on c5 they don't really seem to lead to anywhere that would favor white. So knight f1 would be helpful for the king side defense if he needs to protect his king against those pawns that are marching toward the white king, and also treating the d2 square.
And he plays it. I like that move a lot, knight f1. And we'll see how Dmitry tries to apply more pressure on the queen side. Maybe queen c7, aiming for some sort of a tactic related to the bishop on c2. He goes bishop g5. So he softens up the d4 pawn by going for a trade of dark squared bishops. But Fabi doesn't have to react to that.
Yeah, I feel like, as you mentioned, even though Dmitry didn't seem to be very comfortable out of the opening, he did find the most precise or most interesting way to continue, and also is giving a few tasks for Fabi to solve.
And he tries to solve them by playing bishop to a4. So that threatens b5. He's trying to get Dmitry to go b5, which will, of course, blunt the bishop, and Fabi would be more than happy to return to c2 in that case. I mean, this is super high-level chess. Bishop a4, creative ideas on both sides. And I'd have to give the small edge to white here. Again, if black doesn't keep the pressure going, black's got weaknesses on all sides of the board, especially the king side. That king could get stuck in the center. So Dmitry has to keep playing dynamically and accurately.
And what is it that he should do here with the b5 threat, and just in general? Well, you mentioned that he has to be very accurate and keep things dynamic. Otherwise, his king is in the middle of the board and he will not have enough attack.
He's dropping down on the clock just a little bit. He's got 6.5 minutes. Now, you could take the knight on f1, but that would mean giving up the light squared bishop and dealing with the weakness. That bishop on a4 is just going to be sitting there, causing massive headaches to black's pieces. So that doesn't seem too appealing. I'm not seeing anything overly appealing off the top of my head. I'll be honest with you. Bishop a4 is an amazing move.
Yeah, I didn't see that coming. I thought that it was going to be knight d2 or something more natural that Fabi goes for, but this bishop move, bishop a4, actually created immediate threats and was more precise than just the normal developing moves.
He goes bishop c4, so his idea is to meet knight bd2 with bishop to d3. The problem with this move is that white can take on g5, swing this knight out to e3, and then the bishop on c4 is going to be caught in the crossfire. No, Fabi does go knight bd2. I think that was an inaccuracy. Taking a knight e3 would have given a big advantage according to that eval bar.
It seems that even the strongest of players in our Rapid Chess Championship make mistakes, or at least inaccurate moves from time to time. And that makes the game a lot more exciting, that they are not invincible. Human. No one is. They are human. Even if they don't seem human, they sometimes have those moments when they show that they are human.
But I don't like this move at all by Fabi. I really don't understand that. Now he starts thinking, Dmitry had no other moves. He must have seen bishop d3.
Yeah.
And maybe he's going for some tactics, knight f3. Taking a knight e3 was a pretty straightforward idea that would have, the idea is that the queen would have controlled d3. Now this knight in a certain way is an obstruction. How does Fabi get rid of that bishop on d3? It's such a monster. And it's a pest. It's just sitting there, destroying white's coordination.
Yeah, I wonder what is it that he missed or underestimated, because bishop d3 was such an obvious move. He must have seen this, but maybe he thought that he had a tactical solution to the bishop on d3.
I think he's preparing a solution, but it's pretty slow. He wants to drop his bishop back to c2. And the reason he didn't do it immediately is because after the trade, that queen would have been caught in an X-ray by the rook, and there would have been a discovery with c takes d4. So he has to prepare it, but not a move that you play if you're enthralled with your position. I think it's still about equal. I think it's dynamically balanced, and the next couple of moves are going to be absolutely crucial as Dmitry locks up the queenside with c4. A very committal decision indeed.
It is very committal, and the evaluation bar doesn't seem to agree with his decision.
No, I think the eval bar is saying black should keep the queen side open in order to create chances. And Fabi says, guess what? Thank you very much for closing it down. Now I got my hands untied and I can start attacking the king side, f4, chasing away the bishop. And if you can get that move f5 in after trading the light square bishops, that's going to be a big deal. Bishop h4 by Dmitry.
Bishop h4 attacking the rook. There's a few options for white to block the diagonal or even sacrifice it. Do you think the sacrifice makes sense here, Danya?
It's interesting when bishop c2, just ignoring it. But somehow I think Fabi, he plays bishop f2. I thought g3 was a lot more natural. He didn't want to weaken his king side. But now, after the trade, your king's going to be sitting on f2. I guess Fabi says that with the position being closed, it's not a big deal. And maybe it isn't. But I don't know, f5 could be considered by Dmitry. We might see like a draw because the position is so closed.
If f5 and white does not take it en passant, it truly feels like there will be no way through, at least not any near future breakthroughs. It's going to be a very, very long game.
Yeah, and 97 by Dmitry. So he decides to put all hands on deck and control that f5 square. But bishop c2, if Fabi starts prying his fingers away from the ledge, eventually f5 is going to become a problem. Knight f1 also a possibility.
I like that knight maneuver a lot because the knight on d2 is not that helpful for white's position.
Mm-hmm. Knight f1
so
is
he
great.
goes for it. Yeah, knight f1, knight e3 coming up next. What can black do about all this?
I honestly think knight e7, knight f5 was not the right idea. I think Dmitry should have put up on an f5 while he had a chance, because now that ship has sailed. If you go f6, you're just not ready for that. It gives the check on h4, but that leaves the knight on d7 pretty vulnerable. What if just Fabi brings his king back? What's
and
the
so
idea
he does.
here?
He castled.
Ugh. I think Dmitry is takes in queen a4. Whoa.
King d8 is step out of the pin, but after the trade queen a4 check, that pawn will be taken on a7.
That was just a huge blunder. That queen is infiltrating, and not only does it win the pawn on a7, Anna, it's queen a7, queen b6. Black's queen is horrible on h4. It's doing nothing there, and it's abandoned the 8th rank, the 7th rank. White's queen says, hey, I don't need to be told twice. I'm going in.
Yeah, this was a big mistake by Andreikin, and there's no way out of the situation now with the white queen in the 7th rank, ready to grab even a second pawn. And as you said, it wasn't just the pawn itself, but it was a breakthrough. The position was so closed. This was the one way in.
Yep, exactly. And now Fabi doesn't have to rush with queen takes b6. He could improve the position of his knight. In fact, he could go for knight g3 and then an f5 breakthrough. The only issue is if you take on b6, Dmitry gets his king to g7, and that queen might get stuck in black's camp. Maybe it won't get trapped, but black might have chances to make a repetition with, just like constantly pursuing the queen with his rooks. So it's not over. A lot to think about here for Fabi. My vote is with knight g3.
I like knight g3, and that keeps things flexible. I'm sure that Andreikin will try to set up what you have mentioned if the rooks could continuously attack the white queen, but it feels like there should be a way out of that for Fabi with precise calculation, and he's known for his impeccable calculating skills.
And he took his time there. I think he decides to take on b6, pocket those queenside pawns, and maybe now he's going to go knight g3 and try to breach black's defenses by taking that bishop. I definitely think you should at least throw this move in, and then, this won't hurt. And then maybe f5 can still be considered.
Yeah, that would be a breakthrough toward the black king to make sure that you. Oh, wait,
he doesn't.
what has
I guess he
happened?
just
B5.
opening up a pathway backward for the queen. So he's focusing instead on the king on the queen side. Also should be very, very good. And then maybe A4.
Yeah, with those connected pass pawns, he's just saying, I no longer need to be targeting the king. I no longer even need to try to prepare this F5 breakthrough. And those pass pawns will keep black very busy.
But apparently that was a mistake, because if you go rook A1, oh my God, there's rook takes A4. Oh no.
Because the queen is
Rook
attacking
hangs.
the E1 rook. So this A1 rook is off. There's too many things to do. He missed it.
He missed it completely. And that queen, Dmitry finds a use for the queen that I sort of buried. Don't shovel dirt on him yet. And Fabi, I know I sound like a broken record, Anna, but you know what Knight G3 would have disallowed?
Yeah.
Rook takes A4. Now he plays it, but it's a little bit too late.
One move too late because the pawn is gone.
Yeah, Dmitry probably will take it. I mean, this is his chance to infiltrate and create counterplay.
Wow, that was unexpected. Just when we thought that Fabi had everything under control with two connected pass pawns, he missed that his C1 rook had too many things to do, was too busy, couldn't be helping the A4 pawn.
No, it could not. And now he gets the knight to G3, but Dmitry has made an entry down the queen side. This rook could maneuver to A2, and then he's going to have rook sacrifice ideas on G2 and queen H3. Fabi's queen is now the one that's kind of stuck in no man's land. Maybe it's time for F5. I would just push that pawn down and, you know, try to create counterplay.
I agree with you that it might be time for that. Otherwise, this queen on B6 is so out of the game that it could be black who starts playing for a win.
Absolutely. And Fabi is he just seems discombobulated. He's down to 2.5 minutes. You know, I feel like F5 is just the kind of move you got to play quickly and try to take the initiative back from Undraken. The queen on B6 is not in any danger of getting trapped. That's not the problem. The problem is it might not be helping in the defense. Queen B7, I don't like what he's doing at all. What does that threaten? Now rook A8 is very strong, apparently.
Yeah, the evaluation by showing now so much advantage for black suddenly. This was a tough game for Dmitry Andreikin. He blundered, bishop takes D7, queen A4, but now he's back on track. And if anyone will be happy here, it is Andreikin with the open A5 and very active pieces.
And rook H8 is very strong because it prepares rook A2, and then you have a sack on G2 with the other rook coming to A2, potentially with a checkmate. Fabi, I think, is preparing F5, but that's been his problem this game. He has over-prepared stuff. He just hasn't pressed on the gas pedal when he needed to. And on Draken, you can clearly see the wheels turning in his head. Rook H8 is the move right now, and black might even be winning here with accurate play.
Yeah, and he's even up on the clock. So he's now taking this as a critical moment, spending more time here. But he has been the faster player. He plays rook A2.
But that, I think, allows F5. Or does it? Or is it rook A1 that white should play here? Rook A1. Rook A1 is the move. It's a crucial move. Very hard to find. Here's the point. If rook H8, white can take on AA. And all of a sudden, black is left completely without any attacking pieces. And Fabi finds it. And a big counter mistake by Andreikin.
Yeah, had he played rook H to A8 first, white would have never been able to parry the rooks doubled on the A5. That was never rook A1 possible.
That was the other point of rook H8. Starting with that, as you said, stopped rook A1. Now, if the rook moves away from A2, Fabi's rook slides into A7, and all of a sudden, white is the one, once again, who gets the incredibly strong attack and who strikes first. I think Dmitry should try it, though. I think he should still play rook B2 and just hope for the best.
Yeah, he needs to keep the game complex. This has been such an exciting game with both players going up and down. In a way, it has been a roller coaster.
And a sack on G2 here isn't effective, I think, because your other rook just isn't able to join the attack. But maybe Dmitry will still try it. Rook takes G2, queen H3, and H4. I can't quite refute it in my head, so that might be a good practical attempt, even if it loses to some sort of an engine line. He's definitely thinking about it.
For it. Yeah. He certainly doesn't just want to trade rooks. He plays rook to b2.
3 results still very possible. Don't be fooled by the eval bar. This is still an incredibly sharp position. Rook ace. Okay, b6 by Fabi. He pushes the pawn. Okay.
It's almost like with every move or every couple of moves, the evaluation bar is changing. It's such a difficult position.
Queen back to d8 by Dmitry as he brings all hands on it. Finally, the queen gets back, and that pawn on b6 is now surrounded. h4 becomes an idea. Fabi gets his rook to a7, attacking f7. How does Dmitry defend it? Bishop back. Will Fabi play f5 here?
This could be the moment because the bishop can no longer take on f5. It would have to be e takes f5, Black's response.
Right, or rook takes b6 maybe. Maybe that's, because that counterattacks the queen, and the queen doesn't have any good squares.
Yeah, that's the right response, not caring about f5.
1 minute, now approaching 1 minute for both players. The position still tremendously sharp. Oh my goodness, what a game.
What can Fabi do here then if rook takes b6 is such a major threat?
So the $1 million, I mean, rook a6 maybe, but that just seems, it allows h4 and bishop e4. Black still has designs on white's king. So Fabi now down to 50 seconds. He's got to make a decision quick here.
What will he do? Critical moment. What's going to happen to the b6 pawn? Does he have any attack with f5, f6? He plays f5. He might want to play an f6 check if rook takes b6.
f6, and then maybe, okay, queen d7, offering a queen trade, and maybe this will end in some sort of a draw. That would be quite fitting.
Well, the more games, the better for us. So if this is a draw, there will be a tiebreaker.
Unbelievable. And okay, trade on d7. Dmitry can take on f5, and he will be up a pawn, but then d5 might fall. Still 3 results are possible, even in the endgame. Okay, what to do now? What does he take on f5 with? The bishop or the pawn? That's the big question.
And he's taking his time to make a decision, but he only has 42 seconds left.
h4 is also a move here, by the way.
He might be thinking of that too. So the 2 ways to capture on f5 or h4. Bishop takes in the end. So we enter a rook endgame with 2 rooks for each players. And not much time, only the 2-second increment and 40 seconds each.
Yes, and now another decision for Fabi. He can take on d5, or he can shove this pawn down to e6, which looks really good. But does it actually accomplish that much? Fabi takes on d5, and now Dmitry getting his rooks involved. He's trying to double on the second rank ASAP. And he's going to have mate threats if he does that. How does Fabi prevent it? Maybe rook back to d7 and quickly try to go e6 again.
So he does it. Rook d7 threatening e6. What can Black do about this?
I think we're going to have a perpetual on the second rank. I think Fabi's going to go e6. Dimitri's going to go rook b2. Fabi can play e7 or ef. And because of the threat of promotion, Black does not have time to coordinate his pieces. Or does he? Let's see. e6. Rook b2. Now Dmitry is in the driver's seat. He has at least a draw guaranteed by second rank checks. Oh my goodness, rook takes g2.
E7.
Rook takes h2, but can Dmitry make progress here? Oh, rook h1, rook takes c1 is possible after rook g2, but that's so risky.
Will he go for that, or will he repeat the checks?
I don't see him going for that. I think he's going to repeat. And if he plays h4 or f4 or g3, that doesn't do anything. It allows Fabi to promote. Let's see. I don't think he's going to go for it. I think we're going to have a draw.
He's thinking about it.
He is. He's taking it seriously, but he can't. He doesn't. I mean, that's so risky with Fabi's pawn sitting on e7. And 6 seconds. No, not worth it. Not worth it for Dmitry. According to the eval bar, that is what he should do. But, I mean, you cannot blame him for not. Oh, g3. No, but EA. Okay, that's a draw. It's still a draw.
He still will give it. Oh my
God. That gave me a heart attack.
Goodness
he allows
me.
Fabi to promote, but it doesn't matter. It's still a draw. You can't play rook h1. If the pawn was on f3, that would anchor one of the rooks and allow rook h1. The pawn being on g3 is the worst placed pawn to have when you've got rooks on the second rank. And unbelievable, we have another draw. That means another 3-minute game.
Yeah, so many draws today. It's normally not happening that much with this one game match system that we have in the Rapid Chess Championship. But as we said, the more draws, the better for us, because that means the show must go on. They will have to play a tiebreaker right now after this game. This is not the first tiebreaker of Fabi. By the way, shout out to Grandmaster Robert Hess, who spawned in the Twitch chat and was trying to sacrifice Fabi's pieces.
He was. And that's one of the best activities, best way to spend your Sunday is to sacrifice Fabi's pieces.
Indeed.
And this was such a topsy-turvy game. There were chances for both sides. I think a draw is a very fair result. Neither player is going to be overly broken up about it.
And now we're going to get to see a blitz game with 3-minute and 2-second increment time control. Colors reversed. So Dmitry Andrekin with the white pieces, Fabiano Corona with the black pieces. I think Fabi is taking a very quick break, and then the game will continue now with colors reversed.
Probably running to the bathroom. And we will start this game as soon as Fabi returns. Whew. And now Dmitry will have the white pieces, a big relief for him. I mean, he is so solid with white. Beating Dmitry with black is like a Herculean labor. You got to outplay him in the opening, middle game, and end game.
True, very true. In terms of opening, what's your prediction for the upcoming Blitz game?
D4. I think D4. And Fabi, the question for Fabi is going to be, okay, to what extent does he want to play for a win? Because Fabi is capable of playing a Dutch or some sort of a D4, D6. Like, he sometimes likes to do that kind of stuff. But I don't think that he's going to be overpressing. I think we might see something solid like a Nimzo or a Grunfeld even. Let's see. Okay, I think Fabi is back. We are ready to begin.
And the game has just started with Andreikin having the white pieces, time control being 3 minutes, 2-second increment.
And a Catalan, right up Dimitri's alley.
Very solid. Corona chooses the bishop b4 check variation and a5 instead of dropping the bishop back. So not the very main line, but still quite a well-known opening choice.
Right, and a trade of pawns on d5, which doesn't at least visually look all that dangerous, but clearly Dimitri's still in his preparation, establishing that knight on e5. The drawback of that is that e4 is now a weak square, but it's not that easy to exploit with white's minor pieces defending it from both sides.
Mm-hmm. Very true. With this knight on e5, supported by 2 pawns of white, definitely discouraging black from trading on e5. It does have its pros and cons as well, of course. The pawn push to f4 is weakening the e4 square, the e3 square, and the e2 pawn itself.
Yeah, it's a committal decision for sure. And eventually, black might want to move the knight from f6 and then play f7, f6 in order to chase away white's knight from e5. But that, of course, is hard to accomplish, and it comes with a lot of risks. Fabi, the first to sink into a think, he goes knight c4. He tries to trade the knights in a very creative way.
Interesting that he has maneuvered the knight all the way to c4, offering the same trade. Now, of course, for white, it has been the strategy so far that you just leave the knight on e5 and you're waiting for black to take. But Fabi is going for another trade. He's capturing the bishop of white.
And now knight e4 has to be considered. He goes knight g4, threatening a fork on e3. And if he can get this trade, Fabi's going to be in good shape. But this square on e3, it's hard to protect. Queen d3, he might already be in a position to play f6. And if he does that, I think Fabi's better. I think he's solved all of his opening problems.
Yeah, after f6, this is exactly what we were saying about f4, that you see the e file opening up and the e4, e3 square is vulnerable. E4, so
great move.
Yeah, it was a must, because if you don't get to play this move, black will start piling up the heavy pieces on the e file.
Exactly, yeah. And if Fabi gets that e3 square under control, he's going to get the clamp. And Draken has such a good sense of the initiative and of what needs to be done to keep himself in control of the game. We have a trade, a center has opened, and this is going to get spicy. I can feel it.
H6 had to be played because the pawn was hanging on h7. G6 would have been the other way of guarding it, but didn't seem promising because of bishop takes g6 sacrifice.
Okay, the eval, queen e7. Queen e7 picks up the pawn on a3. I think that's the move.
Yeah, double attack with the bishop on e4 hanging.
And if the white bishop moves away, there's also bishop e2. Oh, it was inaccurate by Fabi. He had to play queen e7. Queen e7 is a big chance there. Oh,
he chooses the more active square for the queen, but in this way, he's only attacking the pawn. The bishop still moves to g6, but this doesn't seem to be that difficult for Andreikin.
It's still unpleasant because Fabi has the threat of f5, and he brings his bishop back to e6, but Fabi consistently just not seeming to squeeze the most out of his positions, and now we have an endgame where with active rooks and this pawn on c5 actually clamping down on the b7 pawn, this might be heading for another draw.
Which will mean more chess, more tiebreakers. So we are happy. The more draws, the better in this tournament. Right. This is one of the few tournaments where you're rooting for a draw. So we get to see more and more games.
That's the beauty of this format. Now, this endgame is by no means the game is the game over. f5 by Dmitry. So he says, okay, I'm fine with the rook endgame, but you're going to have to get me that pawn on g6, which is going to make it a lot harder for black to activate his king. And any pawn that far advanced in an endgame can be very dangerous. I would take white here from a practical standpoint with the more active pieces.
I agree with you. It's in such a short time control with only a minute left for Fabiano. He'll have to play very precisely to not get himself into trouble, even if the evaluation bar is showing a roughly equal position.
Dmitry has several ways to improve his position. He brings his king in. Fabi does the same. Okay, rook b6 could be a move here, sticking that rook on an outpost, but maybe that shouldn't be rushed. You could also just keep bringing the king up, keep playing h4, h5, or g4. A lot of ways that Dmitry can just sort of improve and put the pressure on Fabi. Rook c, b to d1 is a possibility. He goes g4.
Now, how about Fabi's position? What is it that he has to do to try to alleviate the pressure here?
I think nothing. I think he just goes rook c7, rook c8, and he basically waits for Dmitry to try to make progress. Of course, white can also overpress here. Let's not forget Dmitry has a damaged queenside pawn structure. But I think Fabi's basically saying, come at me. Show me what you got.
h4, indeed, it is Dmitry Andreikin who has the type of position where you can keep playing until you get bored. So he can still try to create ideas, threats on both flanks. He can double rooks on the d5. Although I'm guessing if you double, that's the moment when black would be able to trade rooks with rook
exactly.
d7.
Even now, rook c to d7 should be considered by Fabi. I don't know who the trade of rooks favors. It's hard to say. 40 seconds now for Caruana. As he gets his other rook active, he goes for rook e4, and he's going hunting for some queenside pawns here. A nice idea. I like that move. Rook
yeah,
d4,
finally
maybe.
the rook is active and is trying to grab some of the white pawns.
Now rook
d4
is
you were
possible.
saying, Danya.
Yeah, that looks good. Rook e2, so he forces the trade. And the eval bar is still showing equality, but it's still not a dead draw. Anything can happen here. Trade
on e2.
Maybe king d8, king c8 to free up the rook.
Seems to be what Fabi is aiming for, and Andreikin is activating his king in the meantime on the king's side.
Yep. And at some point, h5 could be thrown in by Dmitry to make sure that he never loses that pawn. But Fabi, his other rook, if the king gets to c7 or c8, can once again start hunting for that c5 pawn. So 3 results are possible here still.
3 results possible, and both players are really low on time in their final half a minute, basically. But there's a 2-second increment, so flagging is not very likely, but still the pressure is on.
Right. That time pressure could lead to big mistakes, even if neither player should actually flag. King c7. Now rook e5 has become a reality. Rook to d4 by Dmitry, and rook e4. And this pawn in game is drawn. I think we're going to see another draw here.
Another draw will mean a bullet tiebreaker. So
yeah,
buckle in, everyone. There's likely to be a third game between Caruana and Andreikin, and it's going to be colors reversed again. So Caruana with the white pieces, and it will be 1 minute with the 1-second increment, the time control for bullet.
And I think the way to set up the fortress is c4 and h5. h5 to make sure that black can't play h5 or anything, and then c4 to cover the d5 square. when neither side can make any progress whatsoever. It's going to be a repetition and a draw. Wow.
And players know it is a triangulation here with the king and draw, agreed, repeated position. Well, more chess, as we said, the more draws, the more tiebreakers. They're going now to their third game of the match, the bullet time control. And if that game is a draw, we'll get to see finally an Armageddon. We're looking forward to that, Danya.
And Dimitri, you might remember, won the first bullet matchup against Alexei Serrano. He got off to a great opening. This time, Andreykin will have to contend with the black pieces. And, you know, the opening becomes so much more important in bullet. Not just the objective evaluation, but what kind of position do you get? Who is it easier to play? So, you know, the first 10, 15 moves is going to set the tone here, as the game should begin any second. Whew.
I was so ready for the first move. I was like holding my breath back. Right. But I think they might give us another 10 seconds to hype up the match.
Yeah, this game should start any second now. Fabiano with the white pieces. And let's see, will he play e4 and go for something more aggressive? Will he repeat his opening from the 10-minute game? I think he will. I don't see a reason why not. He got a great position. Let's check. He does.
And it's true that Andreykin wasn't very comfortable in that transposition to the French advanced.
I'm going to say it now. I don't like it. I don't think Andreykin should have repeated this. I feel like Fabi, if he plays a little bit more aggressively here, will once again achieve a great position.
So this is a retake, an attempt number 2 of the same
literally
opening.
Repeating it. And if Fabi improves on that knight b to d2 move, he's going to be much better. Let's see when Dimitri deviates.
Yeah.
Bishop a4 now was great by Fabi. They're literally repeating the line. Bishop c4 now takes a knight e3. And again, Fabi makes that same mistake of going knight b d2.
He didn't have the time to analyze it. He plays the exact same way. Why?
Right. And c4 also by Dimitri, which I also didn't love. I mean, this is very strange. And I think at the end of the day, Fabi is slightly better here, practically speaking. Maybe f5. No, Dimitri literally to the letter they're repeating the line. Or are they? No, Dimitri has gotten an improved version because now he's getting his knight to f5.
Yeah, it's Fabi who chose the same opening and Andreykin went for it too. But it does feel like for Andreykin, it's an improvement.
And Fabi now has taken almost half of his time. That was the key moment, playing knight b to d2. That's what gives black the time to get his knight to f5. But the problem for Dimitri, if he plays knight f5 too quickly, Fabi goes bishop f2, and that knight's still coming out to e3. I still think, practically speaking, black's got more targets and weaknesses. It can be harder to play this with black.
Yeah, and with the bullet time control, there's only a 1 second increment. So 1 minute with a 1 second increment. It's crucial to have a position where it's easier to find the right moves and the right ideas.
Exactly. Knight g6 is Dimitri gearing up for a sacrifice on f4. He wants to rip apart white's king, but Fabi strikes first, f5. This is getting really nasty for black. Queen g5. Woo! Wait, what if you just take the knight?
And so he takes it, queen h5.
It's a sack. He wants to mate him.
He's believing in it. He's believing in bishop d2, queen h1, checkmate.
And how do you defend against that? Bishop takes d2 and queen h1 is the threat. Bishop b3 by Fabi. What a cold-blooded move. He wants to evacuate his king through f2 to e1. What a move. That's amazing defensive chess by Fabi. So
if the trade happens, the rook captures and frees the e1 square for the white king, king f2, king e1.
He's got to run. He does, but he's not. The king is not out of the woods yet. Fabi might be winning objective, but not practically. Queen h1. Queen h1 and rook f8. There's still tons of threats. 17 seconds. Wait, rook takes that. What's the win here? Rook f2. Not the move.
Was not the right move, but it still is such a critical position.
93.
Piece up for Fabi, but his king is so exposed.
F7 and queen f7 do not take on g4, or maybe you can because rook f1 is not mate. Rook f1 is not mate.
Oh, because knight takes will vacate the d2 square for the king.
Rook f. Wait, queen h5. I thought rook f1 was made there, but it wasn't. Queen h1 and rook f1. Oh my God, Andreykin's gonna win.
And now the rook on c1 falls.
And the practical difficulty of that position with 6 seconds, queen d1 and queen d3, and Andreykin is mating him. He's taking everything. Oh my God, what a turnout. Queen g3 is mate. And Fabi loses. What a game, Anna. What a match.
incredible match. After 2 draws, they drew in the rapid portion, they drew in the blitz, and the bullet game. Andreikin with the black pieces going for a piece sacrifice that wasn't objectively that strong, but in the practical aspect of the game and how the king of Fabi had to be constantly super precisely defended, it was indeed the right choice. It turned out to be great for Andreikin.
And even when Fabi got his king to e1, yes, it was +5. Yes, he was winning if Fabi consolidated properly, but with 6 seconds, there were so many traps and mates and sacks, and he just wasn't able to deal with it. Dmitry Andreikin is a magician. And for the 2nd week in a row, he makes his way into the finals, where he will face the winner of David Parabian against Laequan Lem. And our other semifinal will be coming to you in just a couple of moments. We'll go on a break. What an incredible match we just witnessed. But don't go anywhere, because there are more matches to come. You're watching the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase, the 2nd semifinal after this short break. Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. Earn crypto and learn about crypto with Coinbase Earn. Explore DeFi and Web3 with Coinbase Wallet. Get exclusive rewards when you spend with Coinbase Card and much more. Learn more at coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. Well, Anna, the RCC is epic, and what's epic about it is that we have a different storyline every single week, different narrative. One week, it's a dark horse making his way, like Maxim Matlikov, up to the finals. The next week, it's all of the matches going into the blitz and bullet portions. We just saw Dimitri showing nerves of steel to knock off Fabiano Corona to make it his way to the finals.
That was an incredible match. We have seen so many draws today, but as we mentioned, with the current format being only one game per match, the more draws, the better, because they need to keep playing tiebreakers. And Dimitri and Laequan, for the second time in this past week, the last 2 weekends, he is making it to the finals. Will it be a better ending for him? Will he be able to win it all? We shall see who will be his opponent in the first place. Is it going to be Laequan or David Paravian?
And they are off a Ragozin variation. Very, very solid choice by David. This is one of the most well-studied and fashionable defenses to 1d4 in recent years. And white gets the two bishops here, but he has to deal with a slightly damaged queenside pawn structure. Pretty typical stuff for a Ragozin so far.
Typical stuff, and we also will have the players' face cams in a moment. This is the first game that David Paravian plays today, because his match in the quarterfinals against Amin Tabatabai was a forfeit. Amin was still busy playing in the Grand Prix in Berlin, and he couldn't make it to the match. Luckily for him, he managed to defend, and he drew a very tough position against Yu Yang. So well done on that draw, saving the game.
Yeah, and it would have been sad for him if he had lost, and he didn't get a chance to play the RCC. But given that he pulled out a draw, we're happy for him. Great stuff there. Okay, so what's going on here? Well, Laequan has got his bishop to a very, this is incredibly annoying, Anna, because G5, okay, maybe you can play it, but you're going to play it with your hand shaking. I go, oh my goodness. I think you probably should play it. A G5 94 looks, because otherwise, how do you deal with this pin?
You can't really deal with it, because each time you move the queen away to unpin, the bishop will take on a6 and damage your pawn structure in front of the king. So G5 is less of a damage. At least the pawns are still on the same file.
And of course, knight takes G5 has to be considered, but with no other pieces on the king side, I think that would be premature / unsound. David with a big decision to make early on. As he takes his time, you can see the intensity in his expression. Do I go G5? Nah,
he's gotta be considering G5.
Queen E7, Queen E4 is another way to try to get out of that pin, but white might be in time to go E3 and bishop D3 in response.
It looks like that. If you give white just one more move after E3, bishop coming to D3, it's gonna get more and more difficult for black to get out of the pin. Indeed. And there's nothing about the pin that's immediately a danger. There's no E4, E5 attacking the knight, but it's simply the fact that Paravian will need to deal with it sooner or later.
Yeah, you can't, you can only procrastinate for so long. Eventually, this is going to come back to bite you. And he's now taken approximately 2 minutes on this very important decision. Will he play G5?
I think he's certainly considering that as one of his main options. What other moves and what other plans do you think he will take into account?
Well, one interesting maneuver, you can move the bishop and then go knight b8, knight d7 to try to connect the knights. But no, he goes the other way. He goes knight a5. And I think what he's aiming for is c5 and maybe getting the queen out through b6. We'll see. No pun intended.
E3 by Laequan Liam.
We'll see. Hilarious.
I need to learn about making puns and catching puns in the right moment. I feel like I'm on delay understanding jokes.
You're not missing out. This is the lowest of the low that I've descended to.
No, we love it. I'm sure the viewers both on YouTube and Twitch are very appreciative of your puns.
Oh, absolutely.
C5 is on the board as you predicted.
95. What exactly is David going to do after knight e5? Maybe just move the bishop e6, I guess.
So
Because
he will have to deal with that pressure. Now you cannot play queen
Yeah.
b6 because bishop f6 will undermine the defender of the d7 bishop.
exactly. And that is kind of a positional threat. Bishop f6 and knight d7 would force black to recapture with the pawn. Maybe that's not the worst thing in the world. David takes on d4. So technically, Lim could take on f6 and d7 here if he wants to.
He could and damage the pawn structure in front of the black king.
He does not. He plays it e takes d4, so he wants to keep his queen sheltered and make sure that rook c8 doesn't come with tempo. Okay, I can see why that would be logical. Apparently, queen e8 is a very strong move here. That is a great way to unpin the queen.
Oof.
And you can't take because now the knight is pinned and the hunter becomes the hunted.
That is an awesome idea now that the e-file is open and white's king still has not castled.
Yeah, that is Laequan's big problem. He needs to spend more time getting the bishop out and castling. That gives David 2 tempi, which you can try to use to get pressure down the e-file.
Queen e8
Plays
is
it.
on the board indeed. So
Wow.
what will white do about this situation where it's the white king that's still exposed?
It really is bishop d3, knight g4, and you're paying the price for it. You might end up down a pawn with f6 being a big threat. So perhaps bishop e2, and it could be considered, but then the knight could jump into e4, rook c8 could come. I don't think white is worse here, but I think David has done a great job of untangling himself from what looked like a pretty unpleasant position initially.
Yeah, it felt like it was a hard decision to make with the pin, but he has found such an active way of untangling his pieces.
And bishop a4, so David not opting for knight g4 instead, perhaps swinging the knight backward to d7 and getting the queenside pressure going. Queen e2 looks very logical here to unpin the knight. Yeah, that looks like the most straightforward to me.
What else do you think he's considering? Because he's taking his time on where to go with the queen.
I'm having a hard time understanding what else, nothing else appeals to me off the bat. Queen, okay, so there's the queen b2. So he doesn't really care about the pin. Instead, he wants to get his queen as active as possible. I don't know about that. Knight g4.
And he's ready to castle, so if he gets to castle, then he'll be out of the pin.
Right. Yeah, and he'll castle next move, I think, regardless almost. Yep. Okay, so he sacks a pawn.
But his idea could be that queen b4 would attack both the knight on a5 and the bishop on a4.
Great point. That's actually a huge threat.
What can black do about this? The queen at the moment is guarding the bishop, but it doesn't seem to be too much of a long run plan.
I mean, knight c4 is possible, but then you have to contend with queen takes b7. And white's bishop could jump into e7 as well. This is, I think David might have overlooked this as well as he slows down here. I mean, b6 is possible here to defend the knight, but that gives Laequan a chance to defend his e-pawn, and f4, f5 could be a very dangerous idea.
Yeah, if he gets to defend that pawn with a pair of bishops and initiative on the king side, it's looking dangerous. Knight c4 has been played.
Okay, queen takes b7 is possible now. I probably wouldn't play bishop takes c4 and get rid of that bishop. I like that bishop. He plays bishop takes c4. Okay.
Oh, so he wants to play this position with opposite colored bishops, then guard the pawn with rook e1. The b7 pawn could now be taken on if black doesn't guard it.
I think what he's saying is a very deep idea. He does want to play f4, f5. And in the middle game, opposite colored bishops are very dangerous for the defending side. That bishop from h4, you can think about a later sacrifice on f6. White's pieces are perfectly positioned to support the push of the f-pawn. This is getting very dangerous for David, whose b7 pawn, let's not forget, is also hanging.
Yeah, will he drop the bishop back to c6, or will he move the queen to c6 or b5, offering a queen trade? It's logical when you see that the king might be under attack in the next few moves with f4, f5, f6.
For sure, but now queen c1, dropping the queen back, aiming at the king side. And once again, one of those positions which probably isn't any worse objectively, but practically seems to be really, one-sided. I feel like White's got White's having all the fun here. That's for sure.
This is going to be quite a lot of pressure on Paravian, who is also down on time. He only has 4.5 minutes versus 8 minutes. Huge time difference.
Massive. And the bishop could transition to d4 if he wants to and centralize and sort of anchor the e-pawn in preparation for f5. David has to try to blockade. Queen c8. No, he doesn't play it. I don't like this move at all. I think that was a big mistake. I think he had to go queen c8, queen f5, Anna, and try to prevent f5.
Yeah, and if he could get a blockading formation on the light squares, that's where his bishop strikes too. So it's a light square bishop versus dark square bishop. But now, if f5, f6 is coming up next for White, how do you defend your king?
He's ignoring the threat, and this is already looking really, really bad. I mean, you can see the eval bar reflecting how dangerous this has now become. e6 and f6, f6 and e6. Whoa.
Yeah, and the light square bishop of Black has nothing to do about the defense. You can't just suddenly bring it back to h7 or h5, right. Somewhere where it would be near the king.
That would be nice, wouldn't it? But look, yeah, bishop is literally, I mean, you could bring in the bishop to c6, but White can defend against that threat in 800 different ways. Rook f3, queen on the second rank. This is a catastrophe, I think, for David, who just underestimated something.
Yeah, I don't even know what is it that he underestimated. Maybe, as you said earlier, he did have a chance to try to block on the f5 square, to not allow the pawn at least to make it to f5. Because after f5, f6, this is all just an easy way to grab the initiative and tell Black, oh, try to defend against the checkmate when all the white pieces will be thrown at the Black king.
And the sad thing is his last move, rook f3, isn't just a defensive move. It's also an attack move. The rook can move to g3 and still defend g2 and x-ray the g7 pawn, creating totally unstoppable threats of e6 and queen takes h6. This is almost resignable. I know that sounds like an exaggeration, but the attack is about to wipe Black just completely off the board.
Yeah, and with opposite colored bishops in the attack, it can be huge that your bishop is in a different color, because the light square bishop of Black can never be traded for that very powerful d4 bishop. You can never counter it.
And Laequan, who just played e6, a move the Eval did not like, he rushed it. Now f takes c6 looked forced. And what does he want in that position? Is it rook g3 that he's relying on?
I guess so. And if rook e7, f6. Maybe
apparently there is an amazing idea. F takes c6, rook g3, and then e takes f5, sacrificing the queen for a rook and a bishop and relying on building a fortress and the subsequent ending. It doesn't solve all of Black's problems, but it gets Black back in the game. Will David see it? He has to take that pawn. Otherwise, he can resign immediately.
He's thinking, and he's down to 2 minutes with 15 seconds and not much time and not an easy position. But it does feel like Liam has gone maybe a bit too fast with this decision.
A little bit,
such a critical moment.
Rook g3, I think, instead would have been incredibly, incredibly strong. Okay, now David down to 1 minute and 58 seconds as he contemplates how to procure the best defensive chances. F takes c6 just forced. Otherwise, rook g3 ends the game immediately. And he doesn't see it. I don't think he sees the defense.
Yeah. It's looking crushing, White's attack. So I understand why he might be thinking this is it. But he takes on e6. That's the first step toward that fortress-like defense.
And remember that we have the benefit of the eval bar. You might think, oh, it's a mistake. Why isn't he taking already? Remember, David doesn't know that Laequan's last move was a mistake. He doesn't know that there is a defense. And that's a much harder position to be in than knowing, oh, there is a move, than just like solving tactic. You know there is a tactic. So it's much easier to see. Now, e takes f5. That is the move David has to find to get himself, not massive, but pretty significant drawing chances, and he finds it. He does go for that queen sacrifice, Anna. Impressive stuff.
So he's giving up the queen, which seems to be the only way that Black can fight in this game. He still is in the game with some chances of holding things together.
But the time, he's down 6 minutes in a 10-minute game, and there's so many hanging pawns here, right? f5, c4. There's forks galore. His bishop is a monster. You can plant it on e4. So Black's got chances here, but he has to avoid blunders and play really quickly and accurately. Laequan could play this for 100 moves.
He could, and he also has the time to do it. 7 minutes still on the clock.
Okay, so a trade of rooks looks inevitable one way or another. The question is, who will actually go for it? Rook d1, Black can meet with rook d8. Okay, queen f4 at some point should probably be played.
Queen f4 seems very logical indeed.
Yeah, maybe taking on e8 first, but he doesn't really want to yield the e-file.
So he plays rook e3, so that in case of a trade, it was going to be the queen appearing on the e-file.
Now, to me, it seems inevitable that Black is going to lose a pawn. Now, it's going to be either the c4 pawn or the a5 pawn. But even if White wins one of those pawns, it doesn't mean that White has any way to make progress. Black can try to play a4, keep the bishop anchored, keep the rook anchored. Everything's defended. There are serious fortress chances here, even with 30 seconds on the clock. You can play a lot of moves fast, as long as you choose the right defensive construction.
Yeah, and it's almost impossible to picture that White will ever have a pass pawn with the formation that you have mentioned. If you give up just one of the pawns of Black, but it's 2 versus 2 on both flanks, even after the pawn is gone.
Yeah, and there we go. Laequan is going to take it, because why not? But the dangerous thing for Fabiano is the idea of White going g4. I don't like, Anna. I really don't like the bishop on e4. I think that was the wrong defensive construction, because undermining it with g4 now looks incredibly dangerous. And bringing the bishop back to c6, he doesn't have time for it because of queen e6 check.
So he plays rook e8, which guards the bishop, so in case of g4, he could take the pawn.
But now he loses another pawn. Still not obvious that taking that pawn leads to the dissolution of Black's fortress.
Yeah, it certainly is progress, that it's now 2 versus 1 on the queen side for White, instead of just having one of the pawns captured. So Paravian made a few inaccurate moves, but you're right that he still might have a chance to hold it, because that c6 bishop is untouchable with the b7 pawn guarding it. The rook can go back and forth on the fourth rank for now, if needed, or go back to e6 as well. Because how do you make progress here from White's perspective?
Well, I think the only idea on the queen side, and White really wishes that his pawns were joined together, but he still has to try to get this a pawn up the board. And once it gets up to a5, then he has the idea of undermining the bishop with a6. I think if he can do that, he's winning. David, as you can see with his last move, is trying to prevent that, but Laequan could use his c pawn as a roadblock, and then push the a pawn up the board. 7.9 seconds. I don't see David holding this in the long run. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, it's just such a huge time difference, and Black is the one who has to be extremely precise. So there is an increment of 2 seconds, but he's down to 2 seconds, literally.
No, there's no way he makes. I mean, a4 now it looks good, because bishop takes a4 would leave the bishop hanging. Okay, check. Is he going to worm his queen into e5? He does. Oh, 1 second. Oh,
he's gonna flag.
Okay, he takes c4, but now queen takes f5 is winning.
Oh my. He made it with 1.2 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, now you can push your kingside pawns, and it's still not easy. I mean, Black has many defensive constructions that could yield a fortress, but there's so many ways to create threats here for White.
Yeah, and he just has not enough time to try to come up with the right fortress. He already dropped 2 pawns instead of overall 3 pawns, but it seemed like only 1 was necessary.
Never say never. It's still, there's still a little doubt. Can David keep his position together? Queen h8 now. Rook takes a3. Whoa, queen h7 check though. If he takes h6 with check, it's over. That rook is undefended too, Anna.
Yeah, all the patterns. I'm sure that Liam is trying to see what's the right way of bringing the queen back with checks, a zigzag, and make it to the a3 rook.
He could have taken h6, and then rook takes g3 there would not have been possible because of a fork.
Ah. He gives
Take
the check now. Again, will he go for the capture?
Because rook f3, king e2, rook g3, there's queen e6 check, and then queen d6 check, and he picks up the rook, but he's not seeing it yet. Take h6.
Yes, 5 minutes versus 5 seconds, though, so he can pause here and actually think it through. He does find it.
And that with 2 connected passers, it's completely winning. completely winning. Queen G6, H5. I mean, it's not, there's just no way to defend this.
David Paragon has tried. He has been fighting very hard with no time on the clock, but this is now a mission impossible.
Yeah, G4 actually looks very strong here. The one thing with Laequan you want to avoid is pushing one pawn too far down the board without helping it with the other one. That increases the chances of a blockade. He's doing this so skillfully. You can see H5 now is game over. Just H5.
H5 and the pawn can't be taken because of Queen G6 check winning the rook.
And he plays it. And the death knell is sounding. Still threats for David, but Laequan is not missing any of that. H6 and Queen C2 wins the rook.
I think that will be the final pair of moves. Indeed, he has found it. Queen C2 check is on the board, and
great technique at the end there.
Resigns. What a game this has been.
Our first decisive 10-minute game.
Yeah, it's crazy how many draws we have seen. Tiebreaker of the tiebreaker of the tiebreaker. But this match was a lot more smooth for one of the players. Laequan Gliam had the upper hand for almost the entire game. There were moments where it felt like David Paragon was going to be able to hold it. He found this queen sacrifice for trying to build a fortress, but he didn't have enough time on the clock to think through what were the most precise moves in that very difficult position to defend.
Yeah, I would say there were never any serious chances there, although he found the idea of sacking the queen, David putting up a great resistance, but allowing Laequan's F-pawn to move down the board, that was the decisive moment. Laequan, known as a positional player, but putting together two excellent tactical displays, and he makes it into the final. What a final it's going to be. Dmitry Andreikin against Laequan Lim. The stage is set, Anna, and we will go on one more break. When we return, it'll be time for the Sunday knockout finals to determine who wins the Week 7 Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We'll be back in just a few. Coverage of the final leg of the FIDE Grand Prix continues on chess.com. Watch as Hikaru Nakamura, Levon Aronian, Geary, and the rest of the field compete for the last 2 spots in the candidates tournament, which decides the World Championship challenger. Hikaru and Aronian are due to play a tiebreak tomorrow. Catch the coverage of the FIDE Grand Prix right here on chess.com. You will not want to miss tomorrow's tiebreaker. It's going to start chess.com daily at 6 a.m. Pacific, 9 a.m. Eastern. FIDE Grand Prix, huge tournament. Lots at stake. Speaking of a lot at stake, we're watching the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. And Anna, it is time for the finals. Dmitry Andreikin and Laequan Lim have had an incredible path to get here, especially Dmitry. Laequan has done it pretty smoothly.
Indeed, it has seemed really smooth for Laequan Lim, the only one that didn't have to play loads and loads and loads of games. We have seen so many tiebreakers. And Fabiano Corona, who has been the best performing player so far in the Rapid Chess Championship, was knocked out by Dmitry Andreikin. So we have Dmitry Andreikin versus Laequan Lim as our final of week 7. Andreikin made it to the final last weekend as well. Can he win it this time?
Yeah, and you might remember that he faced Maxim Matlikov. He pulled off an unbelievable comeback in the first game, but in the Blitz tiebreaker, was not able to hold on as Matlikov was just relentless. Here, he's got the white pieces, a Queen's Gambit accepted, which I think is up both players' wheelhouse. Dmitry, probably a little bit more tactically inclined than Lim, who likes slow positional maneuvering battles, but he's shown himself more than capable of handling even the most tactical positions. So we'll see.
Yeah, in terms of the ratings, I'm just looking at the over 100 and nearly 150 rating point difference, but I think it only shows that Laequan Lim may not be playing on his main chess.com account that often, because his strength is certainly above the rating that's written next to his name.
Yeah, and his FIDE is over 2,700. He is a former, I think, world rapid chess champion. So,
Yes.
you know, he's got quite the pedigree. And these positions, I think a lot depends on the light squared bishop. So if white can get this bishop to f3 and slow down the development of the rest of black's queen side, then white can claim to have a small advantage. But if black can go b5, bishop e7, or queen c7, rook d8, the position often equalizes, and then we get a very symmetrical structure and often a draw.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and in case of a draw, we would get to see more chess. So for us, it's great news. But
Right.
I think Andreikin wants more than a draw while he has the white pieces, because it's going to be colors reversed for the blitz.
Yeah, black against Lim is like one of the least desirable kind of matchups you could have. He's just one of those players who you would, not that he's bad with black, but he's just a beast with white.
Mm-hmm.
And we saw that against Benjamin Bach, which a game he won in 18 moves. Benjamin does not lose games in 18 moves.
That seems such smooth sailing, and Benjamin, as you mentioned, he normally doesn't lose games in 18 moves, and he did so well yesterday in the Swiss format. He shared second place or third place, if I recall it correctly. So it was an amazing event for Benjamin yesterday, but today was knocked out by Laequan Lim.
And things heating up just a little bit here as Dmitry making committal, but I think a good decision to play e4, chasing the knight away from the center. The downside of that move, well, first of all, your bishop is going to be a little bit more passive. And second of all, this d4 square could be a potential weakness. On the flip side, black's knight is banished, although he goes to b6 and queen takes d8 doesn't win a piece because of bishop takes d8, simultaneously guarding the knight, although white could consider this kind of endgame and, you know, claim that he's just a tiny smidge better, but I don't think it's anything significant.
It's just a tiny advantage usually that white can aim for in the structure. As Daniel has showed, the position is so close to being fully equal. What usually gives white a bit of an upper hand is a slight advantage in development. The c8 bishop still needs to be developed, and it's not that easy to develop it.
It is not, and we can see that here. Bishop to e3, rook c1 is probably going to happen, discouraging black from playing b5 and preparing the fianchetto. So Laequan, he could play e5, bishop e6, and that might be the way to equalize completely here. He could also throw in rook d8 at some point. He could do it now. He could do it a little bit later. There's no rush with that. He plays it now. And I think this is complete. Well, maybe just the tiniest little pull for white, but if he's careful, black should have no problems here.
Yeah, I think e5 bishop e6, as you pointed out, Danya, is the way to go for the development of that bishop, and also making sure that you stop any potential advance of the e pawn of white, because that's the pawn that right now can't be moved to e5. But if in the future somehow white managed to gain more space in the center and open up the long diagonal for the f3 bishop, that would be good news for white.
Yes, and the one idea that Dmitry could have is in response to e5, bishop e6, he could throw the knight onto c5 and, you know, essentially force a trade of the bishop for the knight and claim that he's got the two bishops. On the other hand, that weakens the d4 square even further, and it makes knight d4 a real possibility. So we see e5 on the board, bishop g4, also possible here to trade the light squared bishops. That just seems like a fast track to a draw.
And the draw would mean a tiebreaker. As we mentioned, all of these games, all of these matches are one game matches unless it's drawn. And if it's drawn, we're just going to keep playing tiebreaker matches with shorter and shorter time controls.
Yep.
The next one would be a blitz 3+2 with colors reversed.
And then a bullet. And there's a lot on the line as well in prize-wise, 7,500 for first and 3,500 for second. So there's $4,000 on the line in this game. That's got to be a stressful feeling, even for these players who are used to playing for lots of prizes. But when everything comes down to one game, Anna, one move can win or lose you $4,000.
It's so true. Crazy. It's so true. And this is the first time I believe that a top event is hosting a match of one game. And it's such an exciting, refreshing format that Chess.com has come up with. I also, first when I read the format before my first broadcasting of the Rapid Chess Championship, I could not believe it. I was like, wait, is this a typo? But then I realized it makes so much sense. It makes the match not be the type where, oh, you can just go for a draw and then in the next game you try and then you'll see. There's so much pressure on the players. They cannot just take it easy in any of the games.
The great thing about it is that the Saturday, so I think it's so elegant, the Saturday Swiss, and I promise I wasn't like paid to say this, I think the Saturday Swiss determines the colors. So, you know, you come in 8th, okay, you made it, you got your chance like Maxim Motlikov, but you're going to have to play black in your first couple of games. So it makes perfect sense. It's based on, you know, purely on merit, on, you know, who earned the right to have white in most of these games. And that's what makes chess such a beautiful game. So we have an end game. Probably white is still to be preferred by, you know, by a hair's breadth. He sticks his bishop on b6. You know, Dmitry could try to improve his position. Laequan's just a little bit passive here. So black has to continue being cautious, and if white gets control of the d file, Anna, that could be quite unpleasant, and bishop b6 is great from that perspective. It prevents black from doubling on the d file.
Indeed, now the rook could come to d1 and there's no backup with the ah rook, unable to go to d8. So what is it that black should do after rook d1 here?
I think black should bring the king into f7 and use the king to anchor whatever piece happens to be on d6, whether it's the bishop after the trade or the rook. I think black needs to bring that king into e6, and that will solve the remaining problems. Although knight c5 check needs to be watched for. So it's got to be careful here if you're looking.
Some pressure on that Liam, but we don't feel that pressure in terms of his time management. He is up on the clock.
I mean, he has great time management in general. I think he very rarely lands in time pressure, even in classical chess.
True, very true. He's so balanced. He plays king f7, bringing the king closer. King e6 runs into knight c5 check, so he might not play that as of now.
Yeah, if he could find a semi-waiting move to improve his position. The problem is there aren't that many of them. I mean, h6, g6. I'm not sure pushing the pawns is a good idea. Maybe throw an h6 and just sort of stop it there. Dmitry has the same problem. He'll bring his king up to e2, but what does he do after that? How does he continue improving? Maybe rook d5 at some point, but that's risky.
It is a risky choice. And now Laequan takes on d1 and the follow-up is king e8. Interesting. Seems a bit passive, but he's guarding the d7 square and is ready to play bishop d8.
Yes, bishop d8, and finally he'll get this thorn out of his side, which will be very refreshing for black. If black can get the rook to d8 under almost any circumstances, it's basically time to sign the score sheets.
Yeah, it does seem like a very clear-cut plan for black. Is there anything that white can do about it to prevent it?
Well, I don't see it. So king e2, rook c8, and Lim is not even in a huge hurry to play bishop d8. He's got all of the squares protected. I just don't see even an inkling of chances for white unless you get your knight to c5, unless you somehow infiltrate. There are no targets here, which is making white's winning chances, which is greatly diminishing white's winning chances here. And the d4 square, Anna, is also weak and has to be kept under watch by white's pieces here.
Very true, very true that knight d4 is an important resource for black. Bishop d8 is now played, offering the bishop trade.
Repetition, perhaps. Bishop b7, there's knight a5. That is a tricky little try there by Dimitri. And otherwise, there's knight c5. Okay. Is he going to squeeze water from a stone here?
It seems like he's trying, and it does seem still a bit unpleasant. Liam plays b6 to guard both the a5 and c5 squares.
Yeah, I forgot about that move. I think that's a great move. Maybe knight d2, knight c4 doesn't seem fast enough.
Yeah, this pawn push weakens the a6 pawn, and the c6 knight is pinned, but there seems to be no way of exploiting any of those targets.
Precisely. I mean, you could play g3, f4, but then the question would be, okay, well, what do you do then? He goes rook h1, so he switches to the queen side, the king side rather, and maybe get the knight around to f5 one day, but also doesn't seem too realistic.
No, it does not. So knight e7 with the rook trade on the cards. Will Andreikin try to keep the rooks on the board or go for the trade and potentially soon a draw?
Yeah, king d3. Now black can trade on c1. I don't see why he would. I think the last idea could be to get this knight not to f5, but to h5. And if you think about these pawns, right, if he can get black to play g6 or even g5, that would create more weaknesses and would give white a little bit of fuel to keep putting the pressure on, even if just a little bit.
True that he doesn't want any unnecessary targets, and he doesn't want to unnecessarily weaken his pawn chain. He plays king d7. He's so precise in the defense, even if it looks a bit passive, but he just plays it because he knows that this is the right way. He has to go for the trades.
He's so fast and he makes it look so easy. I think that's one thing we forget when we look at these games and they end in draws. We think, oh, this is always just equal. No, I mean, not everything is a draw. You have to play accurately, and it takes a lot of skill to make it look like the opponent never had any chances. Now, Andreikin still probably wouldn't accept a draw here. He still has this idea of getting his knight around to g3, and I think that's what he's aiming for.
Certainly, he will try to go for the knight maneuver to target the base of the pawn chain, the g7 pawn. What is it that black should do about this knight maneuver? What do you think, Danya?
He needs to figure out where to put his knight. Knight e7, knight g6, knight f8, and knight e6. Does he have time for that? Boom, 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 boom. I think he might. I actually think this maneuver could yield a decent defensive construction. Let's see if he's going where he's going. He could also do it through e8. No, he can't, sorry, because c7 hangs.
So where's he heading?
Where is he heading? Maybe he's just staying on d6 and he's saying, I'm going to meet knight h5 with knight e8. And white can't really make progress there. I think that
again seems simple, but it's one of those maneuvers that's not that easy to commit to because your knight will have to be defending the pawns from the edge, not a very active place.
This looks like it's heading closer and closer to a draw. b5 can be thrown in by black. Bishop f8. Okay, you can defend the pawn in this way as well. Fortress. I mean, I just don't see any way to make progress here.
And if there's no way of progress, we're gonna get to see a tiebreaker. I'm rooting for it. We have seen so many draws, and in this format, it makes sense to root for that, for more and more games to happen. As we said, it's only a one-game match, and if there's no decisive results, only in that case we get to see a second, third, or fourth game.
Yeah, and I think the reason we've seen so many draws is partially because I'll sound like a broken record, but a lot of evenly matched pairs here. You know, you think of Paravian, like Laequan, Bach, Fabiano against Kamsky. Kamsky is so solid himself. He's so hard to beat in a 10-minute game. A lot of solid players this time around, and it makes sense. Everybody's been trying. This hasn't been about the players just doing a bunch of Berlin draws, right? It's really been solid, mistake-free play in a lot of the matches, a lot of the 10-minute games.
Very true, very true.
Now,
and there's so much at stake.
I don't know what Dmitry is doing here. I don't know why he moved his knight away from G3, why he played pawn G3, but now he's the one who needs to think about making a draw. Like Kwang has all of a sudden gotten active, and a knight E2 was, I don't understand what he's aiming for here. If anything, he's got to be a little bit careful now, because Black's king could ultimately make its way to B4.
Very true that he has to be careful here now that he didn't go for the knight maneuver. I don't quite understand why he pushed the pawn to G3. It takes away the option of going toward the king side. Knight G3, knight H5 seemed like a better choice.
He's mumbling to himself. You can see the exasperation. He just, what am I doing? Like, why am I now worse? He goes F4, and now Lim could take and go king C5 and try to infiltrate to the queen side. And this all of a sudden is heating up and not in White's favor. Let's see what happens here. Should still be a draw, but Anna, this would be crazy if Black wins this game.
I know, and Andreikin, you can clearly see what you mentioned. He's not happy with how the last few moves ended up changing the nature of the position. It still is so close to equal, but if anyone can try to play on, it is now Liam.
And the problem with king c5, and I think Dimitri's idea with f4, is he wants to take on e5, isolate the pawn, and then very quickly hunt it down with his knight c1, knight d3. And even if White ends up losing both of these pawns, in some scenarios, this e-pawn could be further advanced. As Hess would say, not about the quantity of passed pawns, but about the quality. And this is already a very risky idea, but I like it from a practical standpoint. Now Laequan taking his time because there's some concrete calculation to do. And he goes for a5. He preemptively pushes his pawn.
Yeah, he's taking a bit longer to think. For what you mentioned, Danya, that he might start to play for a win. So far, he has been defending very precisely, but now he's the one with the better pawn structure. He's the one with the potential king march toward the queenside pawns, king c5, king b4, king a3. So White pushes a4.
Now you've weakened your b3 pawn, and that could potentially be picked off by a knight or by the king. So Dmitry has to very carefully select the defensive construction that he wants to put together. I like this. Knight c1, knight d3, stopping the king advance to c5 and putting pressure on the e5 pawn. I think that he's going to hold this, but I'm not positive.
It's not an easy one. Now with the knight on e6 perfectly placed to put pressure on the f4 pawn, head toward the d4 square to attack the b3 pawn.
Right. Now, the question for Dmitry, does he trade on e5 first and then play knight d3? Or does he play knight d3 immediately? Does it even matter? Man, I'm going to let him make that decision. I don't envy White's position right now at all, because he's saying to himself, why am I even in this situation? Why am I defending this? This is ridiculous. And he can't lose his cool here. He's got to keep his composure and calculate.
Yeah, and in certain cases, I guess the king and pawn in game 2 could be dangerous for White. So he might be thinking after knight d3, knight c5, what's the king and pawn in game?
Absolutely should be calculated. And knight d3 played, king to d6, Laequan for now staying put and defending the pawn. Knight d4 also a bit of an issue for White, might force the knight back to c1. You know what that means? That means the king now has a pathway potentially to c5, although it could be checked on d3 once it reaches c5. So White's still hanging on, but 2 minutes for Dmitry. Knight b2.
To head towards c4.
And then maybe back to d2 to defend b3. But Laequan could also drop back to c7.
Yeah, they try to go for a triangulation with the king and the b3 pawn. Will need to be guarded with knight d2.
So if he goes king e6, knight takes b6 also possible. I don't know who the trade benefits. I think Dmitry can make a draw by taking on b6 and dropping the knight back to c4. And I don't think there's enough stuff left on the queen side to give Black any real hope of winning the game.
Yeah, it feels like after both players playing very precisely. First, it was Laequan who had to find quite a few precise defensive moves, and then it was Andreikin who was under certain pressure in this minor piece endgame. But after the trade of the pawns on the queen side, not much is left on the board that Black can play for.
Correct, 92. I mean, still a nominal plus for Black because of his improved pawn structure, but a draw offer is not off the table here. I think it might be coming by Laequan, and we are going to see, Anna, your wish coming true, a Blitz playoff, and hopefully one in which we see a slightly more enterprising opening. These Queen's Gambit accepted positions, okay, like I understand why they choose it, but it really isn't the most interesting of the openings that we've seen in this knockout.
Both players are so solid, and this opening choice too certainly has been very solid. But what we get to see is more and more games. So as you announced, Danya, if this is a draw and it seems very close to that virtual handshake, that means the end of the game with half a point for each player. We're going to get to see a Blitz tiebreaker. If the Blitz game is drawn, then we will go to a bullet tiebreaker. And if the bullet is drawn, then an Armageddon would decide the match.
That's right. Dimitri offered a draw, which was declined. So Laequan saying, okay, I'm going to make some more moves here. He doesn't have any realistic winning chances. But as we discussed previously, this is a way of putting psychological pressure, tiring Dimitri out, and setting the stage for the Blitz game. Also, maybe I'm speaking too soon. Maybe the knight can come to f6 and somehow you can worm your king into white's territory. I don't see it happening, but hey, we've seen crazier things. So maybe I shouldn't jinx anybody here. But king f3 and then maybe get the knight around to f5.
Yeah, it doesn't seem too difficult of a task to hold it, but certainly the pressure is on psychologically too. As you mentioned, it makes sense in a match situation even more so, because they will be each other's opponent in the next game too.
And wait a minute, knight e3, knight f6. And then if you play king c3, you drop the pawn. So Laequan is actually trying to win this. Knight e3, knight f6, and knight d5 check, and actually I think loses because white's going to end up in Zugzwang in the pawn endgame.
Oh my.
So do not, no peace accords just yet. He's down to a minute. Whoa. What does he do? Knight d6 and knight f7 maybe. Yes, knight d6 and knight f7, I think. But then knight takes g4.
Oh, and that will guard both the h6
pawns.
and the e5 pawns.
So maybe you play knight f7 and then you play king e2, king f3 and try to dislodge the knight. I think that's the approach. He goes king e3 first. Yeah, he's going down the right path.
This game has been still so complex. Very few pieces left on the board, but Laequan refused the draw for a reason. He wants to try this last resource that he found with the knight on f6.
Squeezing every last drop, fighting to the last drop of blood. That is a quality of all super GMs. They just never throw their hands up. And I think Magnus Carlsen has had this impact on players as well. Whereas they used to kind of often give out draws, even in slightly better positions. Now, everybody fights until bare kings, essentially.
Very true. And it's great to see that Magnus effect and how it changed the endgame phase, or even sometimes it's in balanced middle games when it would have been an early draw back in the day, but no longer, as you mentioned. Everyone keeps fighting because they have seen Magnus do it so many times.
And a repetition is inevitable here. I mean, h5, knight takes g5 is at this point useless, and a draw and a Blitz tiebreak is on tap. Here we go, Anna. And Dimitri, he's going to be a little bit relieved there that he didn't, he kept his composure at the end. Now he's got to face Laequan with black.
Yeah, that's the relief, right?
Right. That's her gift. There you go.
Wow. Laequan with the white pieces had a very smooth game earlier in the day against Benjamin Bach, and it feels like his matchups have gone very, very smoothly overall, making it all the way to the finals. But for Dimitri Andreikin, it was many tiebreakers and having to eliminate the leader of the Rapid Chess Championships, Fabiano Corona.
Right, and the Blitz about to begin any second now. Seatbelts fastened and mandatory. And Anna, as you pointed out, if this Blitz game, the 3+2 game, is drawn, there will be a 1+1 bullet game, a 1-minute game with a 1 second increment. But we'll cross that bridge if we get there. Let's see if Laequan can put a little bit more pressure on Dimitri than Dimitri put on Lim in the previous game. Another Queen's Gambit decline this time, not accepted.
Yeah, the similar enough opening choice now with colors reversed.
Dimitri already played this, I think, right against Alexei Sarana, this h6 g5 idea.
Mm-hmm. True, very true. We have seen that with the bishop on g7 and castle king side.
This time, though, Queen b8, what a creative move. He doesn't go h6 g5. That doesn't mean he's ruling it out, but now he's castle king side. That basically means he's ruling it out. Okay, pretty balanced, kind of quiet position so far. Both sides improving their pieces, making cosmetic improvements.
What is next for Black's pieces with the queen on b8?
Yeah, I mean, this queen is just sort of chilling there. The battery, this isn't exactly a dangerous attacking battery, and I think it's more defensive in nature. He's just sort of guarding the bishop, getting out of the pin, and in some cases discouraging Lim from going bishop f4, although that's still, yeah, he says, I'm not discouraged at all. I'm still playing bishop f4.
So he's not discouraged because he wouldn't mind the doubling of the pawns. After knight h5, though, now 3 pieces of Andreikin that are targeting the bishop.
And in such positions, the move e4 has to be considered on every turn by both players because it leads to a change of the structure and initiative for white, but obviously it leads to a weak, isolated pawn. Laequan doesn't care. He plays e4. I like this. This is principled.
Very principled. This is the breakthrough that white should be aiming for. If there's a trade on e4, he has a choice between 3 pieces, which one will take on e4.
Well, knight takes is the obvious move with tempo, but rook takes could be contemplated as well, trying to get the rook up and over to h4, and also preventing the black queen from sinking its teeth into f4, which could be a nasty response to knight takes e4. Queen trade with a weak isolated pawn Anna is generally in black's favor here. He takes the bishop, though, the third recapture. I wasn't expecting this one at all.
Yeah, it seemed like knight takes and rook takes were more straightforward, but he ends up taking with the bishop. Why do you think he went for this? Will he now just drop the bishop back and try to go for a queen bishop battery at some point?
That's a great thought. I think that might be one of his considerations. So bishop b1 here. He wants to get his knight also to e5. But as usual, Andreikin is handling this with the utmost precision. He gets his other knight to f6. You might say, well, what's the knight doing on h5? Well, it's going to jump into f4, and then he's going to have total control over the d5 square. And white doesn't really have anything to show for it. No, there's queen f4, that move I mentioned earlier.
Indeed, the queen f4 offering a queen trade, and with isolated pawn structures like this, so it's an isolated pawn on d4 for white. Usually what white gets is the initiative, more active pieces, and some attack. But once the queens are off of the board, you can no longer really start an attack against the king. So rook e3, in order to keep the queens on the board, is the choice of Laequan. Then queen h6.
Okay, so he's going for an attack here, is Dimitri. What an idea. He drops the queen back, paving the way for the knight now to come into f4. He keeps the rook under watchful supervision. Black is, I would say, in the driver's seat, practically speaking, and he's up over a minute on the clock as Laequan brings all of his pieces into the center. Maybe he wants to go knight e5 here. Oh, but knight e5, there's... Oh, no. What am I saying? Knight takes just king takes g2. But lots of tactics here.
Yes, suddenly it is black who is attacking on the king side. Normally, it's not the story with the spawn structure. Usually, it's white who's trying to attack on the king side.
But Laequan says, I want to join into the party. He wants to go knight g5, slicing off the connection between the knight and the queen. There's no discovery because the knight defends the queen on d2. That's very, very important to maintain for Lim. Big decision here for Dimitri. Rook e5 was a fantastic move. Fantastic move, preparing knight g5.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a lot of pieces hanging out on the king side and trying to see who's going to get the upper hand. But knight g5 seems to be a very unpleasant move for black. What can black do now in sight of this? Knight h5.
Knight h5. So he connects the knights, but now his pieces are kind of shoved to the side of the board, Anna. This is very precarious. And white could try to exploit this by moving into e4 and then perhaps g5 with the other knight. this could spin out of control for Dmitry really quickly, but he's got lots of tactical potential on the king side as well. And 35 seconds now for Lim. He's got to make a move here, or else he might succumb to something tactical.
There is an increment, a 2-second increment, but that's not much time to think, especially in such a complex situation. So many pieces still on the board. It seems White has the upper hand, but it's not obvious what to do.
And you can tell that immediately by his last move, A3. He just doesn't know exactly what to do. He goes A3, passes the turn to Dmitry. And now the same question to Dmitry, but Dmitry does know what to do. He moves his rook into D8 and X-rays the D4 pawn. King H2 now, improving the position of the king and preventing knight takes H3 check ideas.
It's quite a typical way of trying to prepare for pushing the pawn to G3. Sometimes even the knight would drop back to G1, but knight G4 was a huge threat, the fork with the king on H2. So he drops it back to G1. Will we see a repetition of moves?
We might. I mean, for Black is obviously not better here. Dmitry might go for the win based on Lim's clock, but I don't really see any way for Black to create practical, concrete threats on the king side other than this whole knight F6 idea. So we might very well see a bullet game here.
And that's indeed what will happen in case of a draw. A reminder on our format that it's only a 1 game per match format unless there's no decisive result, and then we get to see bullet.
Whoa.
But they're not repeating. Bishop F5, Liam says no to the draw.
What a gutsy call with 20 seconds on the clock. It is he who declines the draw. Bishop F5. And in the event of a trade, rook takes F5 will attack this knight. And if the knight moves Anna, queen takes queen, and then the knight on F6 will lose its support. The pawn on G7 could end up overloaded. Dmitry now hard at work trying to find a response to that. He's down to 45 seconds now.
He plays rook to E8 to guard the E6 bishop with yet another piece, but this seems
queen
a bit
trade,
dubious trade.
Another queen trade might be on the cards, and you know what that's likely to mean.
Blitz tiebreaker. I like this.
No, F takes C6. Dmitry trying to keep the queens on the board. I like that. Takes in rook F8 now.
Yeah, it would make sense. Rook F8, he plays immediately, and now after the trade on F6, he takes back with the rook.
Now queen takes A5 could be considered, but then there's knight takes H3 tactics. 10 seconds for Lim. Is he regretting his decision? Rook G6 is an idea. He goes knight up to E5, preventing rook G6, threatening a fork.
What will Black do about this knight G4 threat? He moves the queen out of
B3,
the
knight takes H3.
fork.
There is knight takes H3 now.
Because if the king takes his rook H6 checkmate, and if the pawn takes the I'm hanging the queen. I'm just realizing the boat is gambit. I was ready to play.
You were testing me. Okay,
Of
now
course, it was on purpose.
it was a tactical test to make sure the chat was paying attention. Now 4 seconds for Lim. He's down a pawn, Anna, but look at how active he is. The knight is coming back to C5. I find it very hard to believe that White is risking here.
Yes, I think after knight C5, as you mentioned, he said, I don't even need to play it immediately, but he was gonna be attacking both the B7 and E6 pawns. It's true that at the moment, all of those pawns are guarded, but with so much pressure, it means that he's tying down the black pieces. The A5 pawn is now hanging.
Oh my God, he had 0.6 seconds when he made that move.
He almost
And now he speeds up a little bit. But how is he going to defend B3? There's your answer, rook A8. He goes for activity. Check by Dmitry. This is dangerous. It's a 3-result game.
3-result game with no time on the clock. There is a 2-second increment, but that's pretty much it. What Liam is living off of from with the final 8 seconds on the clock.
That was a great move by Dmitry, defending and attacking, and Laequan might end up losing a bunch of pawns here. He's losing control of the game. Knight E2 check. That wins another pawn. Knight E2 check wins the game. Knight E2, knight takes
the F4 pawn. He plays knight F3 check instead. Not as
the most
convincing.
accurate, but he's still going to have big winning chances here in this rook endgame. He's going to be up at least 1 pawn, probably 2. Oh no, he's going to win this. I think he's going to win this.
What a game this has been, but the time pressure has gotten to Liam. It was not an easy one to be defending with no time on the clock.
It was. I don't think he made any one blunder. I think it was a collection of mistakes. And now, can Dmitry convert these 2 extra pawns? He should be able to, but it's never easy, Anna. This actually might be a theoretical draw. I know that's crazy sounding, but Black's pieces are kind of stuck. The rook is defending C5. How does he unstick himself? He tries to give a timely check. C4 maybe?
C4,
Rook
he could
behind the
have
pawn.
played or the check first and then C4.
Now E5, his pawns are inexorably advancing toward promotion. C3.
He has a check first and then wants to push C3.
I don't see this happening for Lim. Again, the king moves around to F6. Well, very skillfully done.
Now a check to push the king away, king E5 back.
Rook F5 and Rook D5, I thought was winning. Or this. It's over. Rook D5 and Rook C5.
The rook supporting the pawn, the terrace rook that is.
That's it.
From behind the pawn.
That's it. C2 ties the rook down, Anna. And now with the extra E pawn, it's very easy. Any pawn endgame is losing for white. This is a very simple matter of just pushing your pawn and driving white's king back consistently, continuously.
Yes,
It's
and
over.
as you mentioned, in no moment can white take on C2 and trade the rooks because that king and pawn endgame is theoretically winning. And it's a very easy win.
And it's Zook's, I mean, king E2, E4, and Lim might resign. He takes on C2, and that's a losing pawn endgame. And Dmitry Andreikin, what incredible nerves of steel in the endgame. He wins the game. He wins the RCC week 7.
Wow. That is insane how he went from a position that felt like he had to be precise to not collapse. He defended everything precisely and then took over with the initiative and the time pressure that he managed to put on Laequan, who has been so stable. And his time management, we have been praising. He has been doing so well througthroughout the Rapid Chess Championship. But today it was Dmitry Andreikin who deserves the win. He eliminated Fabiano Corona, and in this final match, he managed to beat Laequan in an endgame that didn't seem that much of an advantage.
No. This is why we watch, though. It's like everything is on the line. These players, they make gutsy calls. Laequan, he went for the win. He wasn't rewarded for it, but he can hold his head up high. He did great. He won so many nice games. At the end of the day, though, Dmitry Andreikin is a monster. He can play so many different types of positions. He can play in time pressure. He can play worse positions. He can find chances in the end game. And all of those skills put together make him unstoppable. He wins the Week 7 RCC. We will talk all about his victory and do our daily recap. But first, we're going to take one more break. You are watching the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Rapid recap and our conclusion of the coverage on the other side of this break. Welcome back to the Rapid Chess Championship. It was an epic weekend, and Dmitry Andreikin, for the second straight week, makes the finals, this time with nerves of steel, defeats Laequan Lim. Dmitry, congratulations, an excellent performance. Can you talk a little bit about your experience? Can you talk a little bit about your experience today, and especially your win against Fabi? That was so impressive.
Yeah, it was great. Tournament for me, great.
Oh, I don't know if we lost Dimitri's camera. We might. Oh, we have you now. Welcome back and congratulations. Please do go ahead and continue with your response about the matches of today.
Yeah, thank you, Anna. Okay, it was a great day for me, of course. I'm very glad now. But the problem that I was very close in last week, maybe you know. I was in final with against Maxim Matlakov with many extra times in great position. It was frustration, of course, for me, but today I have extra motivation for one last tournament, and I did it.
Well, it must have been amazing to feel like this weekend it finally works out in your favor. And as Danya mentioned, the way the road to the finals was through the leader of the Rapid Chess Championship, Fabiano Corona. What was that match like for you?
Yeah, it was very different, difficult way for me because, okay, first of all, against Alexei Sarana, it was not easy match because Alexei is very strong player and Blitz and Rapid especially, and I won just in bullet. And against Corona, it was 3 very fighting games. Maybe I had some lucky in last game because it was very interesting position. We'll control chances, but I had about 2-3 seconds, yes, against 10 seconds. So it was a bit lucky for me. But in final, I'm not sure because Laequan Lim, as for me, he's a very strong player. He have many practice now. He play in Carson Magnus Tour, yes, and maybe he was favorite, I think. But okay, first game was very quiet, and in Blitz, maybe he had some advantage, but I won. Okay, it's Blitz, really, it's lottery now, yes. Especially if you play 5 hours in a row.
Mm-hmm. Well, before we let you go, Dmitry, we know it's late. And we want to let you rest, but your thoughts on the 10-minute time control? Was it hard to adjust to 10+0, or do you like it?
Sorry, but I don't have volume.
Can you hear me now? Anna, I think he might hear you.
Okay, I can repeat your question, Danya. Yeah, absolutely. I'm Danya's voice here. I'm trying to do my best Grandmaster Danya Naroditsky impression. So I need to come up with a pun, which I don't know how to do. But Dmitry, the question is, how do you feel about the time control of the tournament? Because the Swiss format is 10-0, there's no increment. And then you need to switch to Sunday's one, which is 10+2 and 3+2. Do you find it difficult that there's so many different time controls? Or what are your thoughts on the format and the time control?
Okay, I think 10+0 is a very funny control. It's great for Swiss system. So yesterday I have many games too, very interesting games. And okay, 10+2 is absolutely another control, of course, but I think it is optimal for Rapid Chess because I don't like play a long time in internet. I don't understand how guys play in classical chess in internet. It's unbelievable for me. So 10+2 is okay. It's great control. Mm-hmm. Of course, maybe it's not, or maybe it's a little bit strange, yes, because yesterday we played 10+0, yesterday 10+2, but okay, now we have more bets and 10+2 is more solid there.
Well, thank you, Dmitry. Anna, you can probably say goodbye to him because I don't think Dmitry can hear me.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened with our call, but on behalf of Danya and me, we want to congratulate you again on this epic day. You have been the strongest player to stand at the very end, going through the match with Sarana, with Caruana, and Laequan in the finals. Congratulations on a well-deserved win, Dimitri, and all the best for the upcoming weeks, because the Rapid Chess Championship ain't stopping. The show must go on.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dimitri.
We will continue. Thank you. Bye.
All right, Anna. Well, the winner, Dimitri Andreikin, very impressive performance, and 2 weeks in a row. And it just, I'm happy for him. He made the finals, and this time he pulled through. And it was not easy because he met so many competitors along the way. And one of them is featured in our Coinbase Rapid Recap. Laequan Lim, Dimitri's opponent in the final. He's an absolute beast, Anna, and that was on full display in his match against Benjamin Bach.
It was an incredible game that I think we need to recap for our rapid recap of the day, presented by Coinbase. Laequan with the white pieces against Benjamin Bach. Danya, take over the chessboard and explain what happened in the opening.
Well, it was a pretty tame opening. It was a sort of a version of the Queen's Gambit accepted, known as the Vienna variation. And things heat up after e4, bishop b4, and now bishop g5. There is bishop takes c4 with a pawn sacrifice, Laequan going for the more old school variation, and Benjamin just didn't seem comfortable with this. h6 took him a long time. That's the theoretical move. Now, after a trade, bishop takes c4 happens, and Anna, we were, I think the pivotal moment, and you can tell me if I have this right, after c takes d4, e5 intermezzo, this really seemed to throw Benjamin, who at this point already had 2 minutes off.
Yes, he went so low on time. This was already the Blitz Tiebreaker, so they switched from 10+2 to 3+2 time control, but it felt like Benjamin was still in the 10-minute time control mode. At least it took him quite a long time to get to this position, and you can't really afford to spend a minute or two in a Blitz game when your starting time is 3 minutes. So the time advantage was already in Laequan favor, and the type of position, because during the broadcast, Danya, you mentioned that in a Blitz game, you do not really want to get into a type of position like this. Is so much easier for white with the initiative, the attack on the king's side.
And the pawn on e5, preventing the development of the bishop. And after castles knight e4, we noticed that Laequan might be heading to f6, so Benjamin prevents it with rook d8, attacking the queen. Wait a minute. Does he prevent it? The turning point, knight f6 anyway.
Wow.
And you might think, wait, takes, okay, take the queen, you're up a piece. And you traded queens, but look more carefully. The pawn's promoting, you got to take it. And then your rook hangs and white's up in exchange. An incredible idea by Lim, and that forced Benjamin after at gf, ef, we thought maybe king h8 might have preserved more practical chances. He has to go queen f8, and this leads to a situation where white simply has a long-term attack. And I mean, rook is coming to d1. This is, for all intents and purposes, impossible to defend.
Yeah, and even though black is up a piece, look at the pieces of black on the queen side, how much they are helping the king to survive on the king's side. The queen side is so undeveloped that Benjamin didn't have enough time to bring his pieces into the game and help the king.
And he decided to play knight b6, trying to trade rooks, but he forgot about a decisive idea. Check on g4, and after king h7, the queen on f8 is overloaded, and after rook takes d8, he was forced to resign on the 18th move because queen takes d8, runs into checkmate. A blistering display of attacking chess by Laequan, who didn't manage to go past the final boss, Dimitri Andreikin, but nonetheless, his first appearance in the RCC final is a memorable one. We will hear more of him, I'm sure, in subsequent weeks. That was your Coinbase Rapid Recap for week 7. Anna, what a day, yet another excellent weekend of action. It's come time for us to wind down, but I am so happy that I got a chance to experience this with you. These 4 hours went by in a flash as we take a look at the new and improved leaderboard.
Thank you so much, Danya. And likewise, I know I need to improve my pun game. I'm going to try better next time to at least catch the jokes as it happens and not with a 10-second delay. But I so appreciate your company. Thank you so much for the amazing commentary, your excellent analytical skills. It's always so easy to just wing it when your co-host is a grandmaster that sees 40 moves ahead. I'm telling you that the games where you say you don't know this opening, you still know like 40 games for that opening. Impressive.
Well, thank you. And I appreciate it. I have the same positive and great thoughts of you as a co-commentator. This was so much fun to cover with you. And I'd like to thank, on that note, everybody in the chat, Twitch, and on YouTube cheering your favorite player, taking time out of your weekends. This is perhaps, I hope you agree with me, the best way to spend your afternoon. We'd like to also thank our producer, Matt, for another flawless show. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, week 7 of the RCC presented by Coinbase is in the books. Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky and International Master Anna Rudolf saying goodbye from week 7 of the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Have a good one.